What's up, Maxie?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm just waiting for you to show the boat.
Wait,
Yeah, I know
show
you
the
want to
boat.
show it.
I'm not because it's too big.
It's too big, won't fit on the screen.
No, but we'll show a picture of it in a minute. We'll talk about that and more as we catch up. But we got a lot to talk about today. So I think we just drop this intro and get on with it. What do you think?
Yep, man.
Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. Yeah.
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Here we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 231 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. To my virtual left, the professor of everything, the arrogant one, the one that people love to hate, the great one himself, Maximus Mortimus.
I've noticed. I've talked about this with some of my friends, you know. They're always like, God, it's just so annoying when you're always right, you know? That's what they always say. You know, like everyone just says like, hey, like I want to get something done. I don't know how to do it. They'll just ask me because I know how to do it, you know?
You have successfully, within 2 minutes and 30 seconds of recording, have just triggered everybody that hates you. But welcome back, Maxie. I'm going to have a conversation with you about some conversations I had at PMB about you. It's good to have you back. You had some time off. I know you've been busy with school. Obviously, I had the surprise visit to PMB, which I was super thankful for, which was great. Enjoyed that. If you guys want to hear more about that, you can on the previous podcast I done with Lucas, which was really good. It was really good recap with Lucas. I think Lucas will be coming on more often, especially when he goes to races like this. He definitely observes quite a lot. Let's get on with it. Thank you to all of you guys out there, the NNRC squad around the world. It's good to see you guys coming together. Thank you for all the support. Excuse me. We truly can't do this without you guys. So thank you for continuing to like the YouTube. Hit that notification button, hit those sub buttons, liking the Facebook, following us on Instagram, all that stuff. We got so much going on. It's awesome, and we can't do it without you guys. So thank you. Also, thank you to the patrons and the YouTube members of the NNRC. I have been saying this for a few weeks. I will do a Patreon pod tomorrow. Do not worry. I will do it tomorrow. I will do one. I have a lot to talk about, and that's for the patrons. So thank you for the extra support that you guys give the podcast. If you wish to be a patron or YouTube member, the links for that are in the written description of this podcast. Also, we have some awesome companies on board that support the podcast. Some have been with us for many years. We'd like to thank them. Remember, showing them some love shows the podcast some love. We have links. We have affiliate links. We have coupon codes. We have all the links that you need to buy things from these companies in the written description below. They are invisiblespeed.net, High Tech RC, Sun Pedal USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Ignite Design RC, bringing gas trucks back, Racecraft USA, Get Pitted, Carl RC. Shout out to Dany Paz at WRCE, Connie Spencer in the House of RC, RCGP, and the NNRC drivers, David Runafelt, Jared Tebow, Robert Battier, and Alex Ackbrack. Also, shout out to RC Haas and Ardent Imprints, as well as offer at rcracer.com. When I'm gonna get some more of his gear. Max, also something I wanted to talk about before we go on, which is coming up. As I told yesterday, like, hey Max, I might be traveling again next week. Like, already?
Yeah.
So it looks like hopefully I'm going to, let me find these. I've lost these already. So it looks like I'm possibly going off to next week to go to the Florida RC Championships by Lance McDonald. It's going to be at Mills Pond, which ironically sold out in 30 minutes upon opening, like literally. So that goes to show how good his series is, right? And then tentatively probably go up to the Florida Carpet Nats on this Sunday if we get done in time. Go do some stuff there. Come back down to Florida. I'll be in Florida. I'll come back down to Hollywood where Dany lives. And basically, just kind of, I guess, do some RC stuff, right? So kind of, here we go. Here's the poster. I want to thank Lance McDonald. Why is this? So thank Lance McDonald put this together, and basically these guys are raffling off this associated RC8 B4E. It's at $10 a ticket, limited tickets. I think they're halfway there, so I think it's 200 tickets. So basically, I'm gonna go up there. Then I'm gonna spend a week in Hollywood. Probably going to visit some hobby shops, doing some stuff like that I like to do, like toy hunts, because Dany was into that and all that stuff. But making content, going to tracks, stuff like that, well, as much as we can, and then we'll make the trip up to Georgia, up to I can't remember exactly where in Georgia is, but to the Ray-Ban Arena where Mark Moon is having his North Georgia shootout. It's like Wicked Weekend. It's a covered track with open sides. So Dan is doing the coverage up there, and Lance is doing the RD. So I'm going up with them to do this, and do interviews, do walkabouts, stuff like that, and just be in my RC element and being at the track. And then I come home for a week, and then I'm off to Portugal for the International Buggy Challenge, which I just saw. It's going to have Ongaro. But we'll talk about that. So, yeah, lots of doors, opportunities opening up. It was like I'm not going to travel as much, but it seems like it's coming. So the opportunities are coming, so I kind of have to take them. And I'm pumped, like a little NNRC Southeast tour. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Daddy's probably gonna be tired of me.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna be tired of my snoring because he's had to share a room. I'd have to share a room with him, but I'm like, Dany, let's go here. Let's do this. Let's do that. I gotta work. So that's interesting. So if you wish to do that, you can go there. The links are in my Facebook and the NNRC Facebook. If you wanna, you got a chance to win a $10 waffle ticket, gotta say waffle, and help me go to America again and do some cool RC stuff. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to upcoming travel that's coming up with that. So Max, before we go on, I have to have a catch up because I have to report to you about the general consensus of you at PNB. So it's like, this is the best way I can explain it. I was thinking about this morning. How could I explain this? I said, so I would love to take you to one of these races, right? And then we can do two things that I think would garner interest and probably pay for your trip to go there. We can, that meme that has that guy sitting at that chair, like with his egg on that chair and that white table with his legs crossed, and it's always like, ask me about this, and is drinking a coffee. Well, we can do something like that and just be like, put a sign up saying, ask the professor of everything, anything about RC. And I'm sure we would get a lot of people to that because, people do like your advice. But then I think what will really get people going is like, those old fashioned like dunk machines where you have to throw a baseball or softball at a target. And then the person, gets like dunked into water.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think we'd have to put some animals or something in there to make it exciting. But I'm pretty sure that we would cover your complete costs completely if we did the dunking thing. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll have a line lined up to just dunk you as many times as possible. Now, I think the only other person that would beat you, and that would be JQ. We would have to put him in a pit with some, I don't know, non-venomous snakes that do bite you or something like that. But yeah, that's the best way I can sum up it's like 50-50. It's like JCC, 50-50. Yeah.
Yeah.
But people want you to race. So I would love to see you come over to a race and just hang out. And I think people will be shocked at how much you help them, to be honest. And it'd be good. I know you're busy with school, work, all that stuff. So it's going to be difficult. But one day. But definitely, it's like you would definitely have a lot of people asking you questions. But you think you just have a touch more people trying to dunk you in that water.
Yeah, I have to say, I think it's kind of a love-hate relationship. I think Barry Baker is like the prime example of this. Like, he always like says he's annoyed with me, but then he like says, "I want to talk with Max. Say, how's Max doing?" You know, I'm
pretty sure that he's gonna message me like as soon as he gets to this part of the podcast. But he'll be happy though. Dakota fan won PNB. He was good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun.
To be honest, now that you mentioned Dakota, like he's had a very strong year in 8 still. Like he was like basically one crash away from winning DNC, and then he just pretty much dominated PNB, to be honest. And I don't know, did he win SIC, or at least he did pretty well there. Then again, in 10 scale, he hasn't done as well as last year. So I don't know. That might just be a coincidence, but you know, I thought about that.
I would have to go check and see if he won.
But I think this has definitely been one of his strongest openings.
I think that his package right now is just his package, his confidence, and
I mean.
He's just confident. I'm telling you, when you look at him at one of these races, he does not look stressed out. He just looks like, I am here to race. And yeah.
I think one part of it obviously is that Mayfield is struggling a little bit. Like, let's be honest. Yeah, he won DNC, but at PNB, it was quite obvious he wasn't doing that well. Was it an illness, or was he just like, driving was off the game?
Well, did you not listen to last week's podcast?
I didn't listen to fully.
Okay, so you don't know what happened to Mayfield then?
Oh, I mean, you mentioned that he got burned or
right.
So something.
So I'm surprised I haven't gotten in trouble for that, even though Lucas said it. But yeah, he was definitely off at PNB. You can see he was affected.
But I don't know. If it's like, if that's why he struggled so, because he didn't even make a top 5 in any of the classes.
He made top 5 in Nitro Buggy.
Oh, he did.
He finished 4th.
Sorry.
I think. And I said this on last week's podcast. I think that what we're seeing is the Fenn. So I'm correct that I think his mom actually commented on YouTube that Fenn is 26. He's not 27. I think he's 27. So he's 26 years old, right? This guy is already a veteran, like super veteran. I think these I said this last week, and I will say it again. I think these older racers, Mayfield, Tebow, these guys, they're struggling out there on that track. You've been to PNB. You got out on that back part of the track. Like, it's far away, man. And
and it's very
I think they're having issues with that.
Dark. Yeah. Like, depth perception is really hard. And then like the fog and that makes it really difficult, and it's like mid-May, you barely can even like feel where the car is.
It's when it's away.
When it's like a quali run after like e-buggies or something, then it's easy, you can see the whole track. But definitely like in the mains, it's not great.
I would agree there. All right. In other news, my happy news, is as everybody saw yesterday.
Both.
Yeah, that's a smile, like a kid in Christmas or a fat kid in a candy store. Like, I finally got this boat. So a lot of people saw this on Facebook. As you guys know, I've gone on this rabbit hole of RC boats. So I have this is a Rico Racing 48-inch catamaran. This actually, I saw my buddy, the guy who helped me build this. I saw his one like this running, right? And I was just like, oh, wow, I want one of them. It was so good. And I actually got the deep V version in the back, which is the yellow boat. And that's 58 inches. So anyway, I got this yesterday. I ordered this back in October, I think. It took me a while. It took about 5 weeks to get done. Then it sat at my buddy's house because he had to do some work to it, like put the strut and stuff like that. And then it sat like 2 weeks here before I got home. I had a chance to get it sent up here. But yeah, this is the next project. I know I haven't even run the yellow boat yet, but I now realize that I done some things wrong with the yellow boat that I have to fix before I run it by looking at this boat. So there's no instructions, man. It's just like there's no instructions to this. It's like you just gotta go sit down around the campfire and get knowledge passed on to you or something. Like, but it's all straightforward. I don't know, man. I just haven't. This is my hobby side of things. My wife saw it. She's just like, I don't believe anybody said that to you. I believe you bought that. I was like, no, someone sent it to me after I paid them. I go through that too.
To be honest, like if you go one bigger from there, I bet you can fit at least one of your kids on there. So you could say like you took your kids on a boat ride.
I could. But hopefully we'll get this done and we'll get it out. I mean, we all have to have fun. And I think we've all, as husbands or significant others, have had to sneak something in. Like, I was just like, I want to be open about it. Let's put it on Facebook. Yeah, let's just rip it off. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. Like, no, like, let's, rip it off one time fast. All good. All right. Enough about us. Let's get on. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have some shout outs and all that stuff. Oh, I do have some shout outs. Let me get through those real quick. Some birthdays here. Where are my notes? I lost them. Here we go. All right. Happy birthday to Graham Hill. Got to see him at PMB. Nice dude. Like one of them Colorado. Oh, those Colorado guys are really cool. I enjoy talking to him. He's been a great dude. Shout out to all the Colorado guys. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, I think yesterday or today. It's yesterday, as we're recording this, which is Wednesday, to the People's Champion, the Beach from the East, Cole Ogden. I'm gonna ask him when I see. I think he's gonna be at this. I know he's gonna be at that North Georgia shootout. So I'm gonna ask him what's going on, why he boycotted PMB. Right? I'm gonna find out. And shout out! I finally got to meet this gentleman. Before JQ was pissing off people online, this guy was pissing off people online and challenging Roar and doing all this stuff. But he also was one of the guys to first make 3D tracks, which was the Tilt Yard, and it still exists to this day. He was at PMB and is like, hey, what's up? You know me? And I was like, it's Homer. So I got to meet him after, many years of seeing pictures of him or seeing, remember the starting grid days when he was pissed, he was fighting with everybody. It was good to meet him at PMB. So lots of good stuff, lots of positive stuff there, man. Really enjoyed it. And yeah, it was good to meet those people. Happy birthday to those guys. And if I missed your birthday, or if you want me to say happy birthday to somebody, please just let me know so I can put it in my notes. I have a bad habit of not putting it in my notes. Just say, hey, Lefty, somebody's birthday, put it in your notes. So there we go.
Yeah. And, I have some not so happy shout outs. I just read the news of Craig Breen, WRC driver. He died in an accident today, I believe.
Really? European guy?
Yeah, an Irish driver. He drives in WRC, which is like the highest level of rallying. He's like one of the best drivers in the world.
But did he die in rally?
Yeah, it was a test. They were doing testing for the next race of the championships. They were testing in Croatia.
Really?
And apparently he had hit a pole and then
that sudden stop.
Yeah.
Was it just him that passed away, or did his co-pilot pass away too?
Yeah, his co-driver was fine, unharmed, but I guess his side of the car got hit. So
he probably wrapped it around that pole, like right on the driver's side.
Yeah.
Rally car racing. I'm surprised more people don't pass away in it, to be honest.
Yeah, last time a WRC driver / co-driver died was in 2005, I believe. Like, it was
really?
the co-driver of Marko Märtin, an Estonian driver. His co-driver passed away from an accident. It was like a pole. He hit a pole as well, and then it kind of stuck the co-driver. But yeah, it's almost 20 years since the last fatal accident in WRC.
Yeah, and obviously my RC brain's I'm thinking like WRC, the RC brand when you first had it.
Yeah. That's why for me, like the WRC name, like when they released it, I was like, that's a bit silly name, because for me, WRC is rallying. Like,
well, I know, but they're doing pretty good over there. They have a nice little setup at PMB. Reminds me of old school JQ days, the old school JQ racing days. All right, that's how old was this dude?
33.
Okay, wow, he's still young. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was. This was like, I mean, he was still like good for quite a few years in rallying, and he was like, right now he had a good drive. Just got like a second place finish in the last round in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, yeah, well, he didn't attend Mexico, but the last round he attended in Sweden, he finished second. So it's he was definitely one of the best at the moment. So it's a big hit for sure.
Sweet. All right. Well, unfortunate. Yeah. Max, we're going to go on to some Invisible Speed high-tech RC news. We got quite a lot to talk about. Then we're going to come back and do our Beach RC bench racing Q&A. So let's get on with some RC news. Brought to you by Invisible Speed. This is the ad from the Euros. No, the 20% discount does not still count. Jake, you need to make me a new one. Here you go. InvisibleSpeed.net. Thank you to Invisible Speed. I repeat, the 20% is not eligible in this ad. This is an old ad. I had somebody ask me on YouTube, so not eligible. Sorry about that. Also, thank you to High Tech RC for all their continued support. They just released their RDX2 1000 AC/DC dual port charger, discharger, and power supply. It has a sleek modern design. I'm seeing a lot of people getting these. I like mine, but these look nice too. They look very nice. It has an easy to transport handle. The RDX2 1000 is the AC/DC powerhouse you need to charge your high capacity battery packs at rapid rates. The dual outputs each offer 20 amps of power to simultaneously charge two batteries of any chemistry or any. You can pair the outputs to charge up to rates of 35 amps. It's very easy to use. It has an LCD interface. It has a front panel XT60 connectors, XH balance connectors. It's really great for stock class because you can pump up those amps like a lot of people like to do. And it also has you can also get the analyzer and discharger for it, the AD350. And the street price on the charger is $279.99 and $149.99 for the AD350 analyzer discharger. You can find all of these at High Tech RC, where to buy to find your nearest supplier. All right, Max. So let's get right into this. Thank you to our good friend BJ, who helped us out with our notes this weekend. Again, hopefully he's feeling better after his operation. If you guys want to help BJ out, he does have a GoFund going on. All right. So this weekend, Max, we had some racing going on. We had the Montpellier E-Buggy GE. Now, I have to say, they should do this race with the Nitro race.
What do you mean?
They should just do these two races at the same time. They shouldn't have two races. Like, they should just have the Montpellier GP has electric and Nitro. Simple. They don't need to have two different races.
Yeah, I mean, true, but they would have to limit entries. That's like the big issue because they have so many entries for the Nitro, right?
Yeah, but okay. So Remy Bermudez won. Tell me a little bit about Remy. French driver, extra driver, young. Do you know anything else about him?
Not really. Like he's one of the new guys. Like last year there was Theo Lemire and can't remember the other guy. He finished well. He finished fourth at this race again. But last year there was like uh, Theo Lemire and then there was one other driver, but I'm blanking on his name. And Remy did well in the semis last year when it rained.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, he's kind of been, not that much heard of. It's and this is like a kind of from nowhere to winning. Obviously, he's a known name in the French scene. Like he's
Mm-hmm.
made the top 10 internationals and so on, but not like a driver who consistently has won in the French scene. Or I don't know if he has won a national. I haven't checked all of them, but yeah, there's lots of these sort of unknown drivers from France that don't travel outside that much. But I think this win is quite big. So, and like even beating Coelho, Bayer, the two big guys from X-Ray, and him being an
Mm-hmm.
X-Ray driver, I'd be pretty certain that he'll be sent out to other races by X-Ray. And I mean, he has good backing because Igon is backing him from the X-Ray side, and then Bertin from the Corsetec side. So there's like two big names in the French scene helping him out. So yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, also like I think one of the first official wins for Corsetec, like from the big races. Obviously, David won the DNC last year, but now they have their products out. So I guess that was a big deal for them too.
Yes, I saw that he ran Corsetec. Congratulations to the young. They actually had a Super Bowl, and that's how he won this.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
So
gonna lie, I did not watch much of this because I'll be honest, it was in French and it didn't have no overlay, so it was that it
yeah,
was. I just didn't
yeah,
watch it.
and I don't
But
think it even have moving cameras for the full time. It
I think
was
they had it in
really,
like this type of stuff. But we have
yeah,
Barton in second, Coelho third, Theo Lemire fourth, and Ronafalk fifth. Probably not, definitely not what Ronafalk wanted. But I, in his defense, I will say this: this was a completely different surface from when Ungaro won the Nitro version of this
yeah,
in
yeah.
February. It was like
It,
and
yeah.
dusty.
I
And
yeah. I gotta be honest. Like I'm not too convinced of the Matrix tires at the moment. To be honest,
that's still
uh,
new.
they are still new. I'm thinking like that could be one issue. I mean, David said he had issues with setup, so that could be. And to be honest, like Butterfull had and
Buffalo
not
was,
that good of a
yeah,
weekend because he was in sixth. So yeah, but yeah, definitely not a great showing for David. And yeah, they just went testing in Spain too. So I
yeah.
don't know.
Well, not
It
a
should
good
have.
showing for
It should have.
Barufalo either.
Yeah, yeah. To be honest, not a great showing for either. But
So
yeah,
maybe
I
maybe
mean,
what we're seeing is just that these are like these young kids are really good at these e-buggy races, as well.
yeah, but yeah, and definitely Coelho most likely is more comfortable with e-buggy compared to nitro buggy
I can
because
see
he
that.
races electric classes a lot more. But
Mhm.
still, I mean, it definitely I'd expect Ronafalk to be on the
I would
top
agree.
there.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would
I
agree with you
mean,
there. I think
yeah,
he
you
would
can
agree with
always
you too.
argue. Yeah, I mean, you can always say like he hasn't gone to Montpellier in a few years. It's a new tire brand, different conditions to what they ran in the spring when he'd have any reference of tires. But I think those are all just like excuses. So yeah, definitely something like he definitely hasn't had a great start to the year. I have to say that.
No, he hasn't. But we'll talk about that more because we're going to see him race again here shortly.
Yeah.
All right, Brookthorpe Easter GP. Chris Lavo. I remember when he first told me about this. He pulled it off. Unfortunately, rained out. It did get a good bit. I think it got like 80 plus entries. This is an oil track. Also has carpet. Astro. I know like Rowan the Barbarian and his dad and William Wallace, they all go to this track, or used to when they run. Now Rowan and William are all about partying now as growing young men. Finals were rained out. Unfortunately, they did have RC Racing TV there on the Sunday, and then I woke up like I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch a little bit of racing here on the Monday after Easter, and it was like rained out. I was just like but Skidmore took a TQ, Lee Martin second, and Dylan Saunders third. I have to say this. I legitimately think that Skidmore is the second best X-ray off-road driver in Europe right now. He is better than Remy Bermudez, but Remy Bermudez is younger. He's not on. Obviously, look, in X-ray, you're never going to touch Coelho.
Yeah, in Europe, I agree. Yeah.
The Skidmore, this is Johnny. I don't know if it's the younger or older. And the thing about him, he's a little older. He's like 25, I think. I could be wrong, but he's starting to have.
He's 1 year older than me, I think. Yeah, he's
I think he's a little bit older.
1 or 2 years older than me, and I'm currently 22. So he's like 24, 25.
In his 25th year. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but he's
very
definitely
very impressive with him.
Yeah, I think when he won the nationals with Mugen, that year of, I think it was the year of COVID, he won the nationals with his first and only year with Mugen. He won the nationals, and after that, I think he just been constantly pretty good. Last year, Worlds A main, that's in and on itself a pretty big achievement.
Yep.
And like all around the year, all through the year, he was consistent. I don't know if he ended up winning the UK nationals, or I don't know. I think he won it again with X-ray, but I can't. I don't know.
I think he did too. I think he did too.
I can't think of anyone else who would have won it.
All right, so from England, let's be realistic. We have. I'm just going to go over like the top guys. So we have Neil Craig, Lee Martin, for a long time. Boots, who really resides in Italy, but comes over to England to race some nationals, and then it's Skidmore, right, in 8 scale, and he's also doing well in 10 scale too.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, so
he's legitimately on his way. Like he should be, if he keeps this up. Like I feel is he gonna be a full-time RC pro, or is he gonna be more like a Neil Craig where he actually has a job and does it on his side? But I definitely think he's showing his talent and his skill set here. Now, I would like to see him come to America to race as well.
Yeah, okay, that's definitely one thing he lacks, like going to America. But I gotta be honest, like if we think of like the early 2010s, when there were Bloomfield, Lee Martin, and Elliot Boots. Those were like the 3 top guys. Well, okay, Neil Craig as well. So there was 4 like top guys from the UK in the A8 scale, Since then, like Lee has kind of dropped off, to be honest. He hasn't been, top level competitor. Like, let's imagine 2014, he was leading the world semi, Can you see him do it today? No way.
No. But that doesn't take away from his abilities. He's kind of transitioning into that next.
Oh no!
He does well in 10 scale too.
He does well. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like Boots TQ at the Worlds in 2012. He was almost on the verge of TQing in 2016. These days, he was on the verge of the Worlds final, but I don't think he ended up making it. I
think he was in his semi. No,
yeah,
I can't remember.
But he was definitely not on like the top level.
Right. I get that.
And then Neil Craig, I kind of see he still drives and races a lot, but I've kind of seen him slowly fade out even a little bit more than before. And Bloomfield went out of RC completely for a while. He's back again, but racing mostly on national level. So to me, like currently, I'd say Skidmore is the top guy in the UK.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
8 scale, like 100%. In 10 scale, like the Hall brothers are doing really well. Craig is still very strong in 10 scale. And then there are lots of those, guys who can make the Euros A main from like, I think his name is Ben Smith who made it last year. Lee is still strong in 10 scale.
Ben Simpson.
Okay, yeah. So
he finished 4th at this race.
Yeah. So there is
an e-buggy.
I don't know
Lewis
if
Jones, WRC.
Yeah,
he's good.
Lewis is good too, but I think he's a bit below. Like I wouldn't pick
Right.
him to win the nationals.
Right.
I'd pick him to be in the top 5. But I think
Dylan Saunders, I'm pretty sure if he was at RCG, I think I met him. I'm bad with names and remembering faces, but apparently young S-Works Reds racer. So I'm pretty sure I met this guy, young man.
He most likely was there. He's kind of those guys who, there was this wave of when Clancy, Skidmore, Lewis Jones, these guys, and even Callum Nibbler at one point. These were the guys who was like in the European Championships. They were like in the quarterfinals,
lots of potential.
making the semi.
Jack Embling.
Lots of potential. Yeah, Embling was there too. So they made like the semi quarterfinal of the Euros, and then like I'd say Clancy does well on a national level, but on international he kind of struggles. Skidmore is kind of the only one who's like stuck it out and really made a big name of himself. So, and even like I'd say Will, I think like Will used to be like not even close to the level of like Johnny before, but I think recently he's gotten really close to the level of Johnny. Like even some like national rounds he's been like even beating Johnny. Maybe Johnny has some issues or something, but still, he can, be on the top of the UK scene. So like, yeah, I think there was a sort of a transition. Now back to Dylan, I think he's sort of the next wave of young talent. Like the Hall brothers cover that side in 10 scale, and then like Dylan Saunders, he is one of those like really young drivers in the UK right now. So I think he could be,
there's quite a few. There's quite a few young 8 scale drivers coming up. Billy Grinley, they're likey kids. There's another kid, Maxim Cook, that I met who was really good of an HB. So Ruben Shakespeare, who's a little older, but still like he's like, I would say 14, 15, So it's good to see. Lots of potential talent.
Yeah. But I think like, let's be honest, like purely based on merit, I think Skidmore should be a full-time pro. Like A-Main finished at the Worlds. I'm not sure if he made the main at Euros, but he's made the main at a bunch of big races. He's like a consistent name in, let's say, the top 15 of Europe at least. And
I would agree.
His results at the Worlds to me was like, okay, like I think he's earned it, and then he's still done well at like EOS and stuff like that. So definitely, in my opinion, like purely on merit, should be a full-time pro. Then again, if X-Ray pays salary to a guy in the UK, like currency, all that kind of stuff. So like, can he live off that wage? That's going to be more difficult. Like
that's true too.
Like if you're a driver who is in Southern Europe or a driver who is in like UK, like that's very different. Like the amount of pay you can get, it's very different, So that's going to definitely be. Yeah, because in the UK, like if you make 2,000 euros a month, you're not going to live off of that because like what that transfers to in pounds, it's not enough. And then living in the UK in general is much more expensive. So like if we took it on merit, yes, but can he live off of it? It's going to be difficult.
I would agree
as long as he's in the UK.
Well, I hope his father listens to this. I'm sure he'll message me after this.
Yeah, he. I think he'll have an opinion on that. It's his son after all.
I think I am. I'm glad he's back. Like I believe that they're putting in the work that it takes to be a professional driver.
And to be honest, there was like this period of when like Boots was just winning every round in the UK. I'd say between like 2016, 2019, around that area. Boots was the dominant one in the UK scene. Lee and Neil were doing still well, having good finishes on European level. But then, like, during COVID, it kind of shifted, Like, Clancy won a few nationals prior to COVID. Then Skidmore just soon started winning nationals in the UK. And for a while, it kind of looked like, the kind of next wave of UK talent kind of was like narrowing off. But then Skidmore just shot back at it, and I think they made it like really well for a bit. And I think because he had like Johnny especially, he had that period where he was kind of the same level for a long time. That's the thing. Like everyone faces that when you get up.
He got over that. He broke that plateau.
Yeah,
he got to a plateau, and he broke. Like that plateau, those increments come very, very, very long and far between. So very good to them. I agree with you. We look forward to seeing what they do this year as well. JBRL Ron 1 celebrating its 20th year. I think this place was packed. It was at the Dart. It was good. We saw FCJ, Frankie Contreras Jr., taking the win in Pro Nitro Buggy. Camden Lime second. Cavallari third. So one thing, I don't know what you said about Frankie Contreras Jr., but his father does not like you, apparently, according to
Really?
JQ. JQ talked about it on the Facebook. He talked about it on the podcast. I don't know what you said, but something that you said has pissed off Frankie Contreras Sr. And JQ says, this is not a guy you want to piss off. But very good for FCJ.
Okay.
Yeah, very good for FCJ. I'm going to say this. I like him. I like his dad. I like what he's doing. But we need to see him. And I know it's probably not going to happen because I heard he plays baseball too, so he's pretty good at baseball. But I need to see this. I need to see him. If I'm Mugen, you know where I'm sending him? I'll tell you where I'm sending him. I'll send him up to the Pacific Northwest with Drake, because Drake's going up there a lot, right, to do stuff. Send him up there. He'll be, them guys will love him up there. He'll get some experience on some different tracks. Try to get him up to some race time events. I mean, I would like to see FCJ do that, right? So I hope he does that.
Yeah. I think he should go to like race time events, because after all, those are like the big events in America, and like they are not easy races. You know, you have just a few. Like obviously, like the practice, like you can get a lot of practice, but it's definitely not some good practice. And it like you have to like all the issues with practice, so that is difficult. Then you only get a few shots at the qualifier, and then you go into straight to a main with like.
Well, JBR only has one qualifier.
Yeah, but it's different because he knows the track. Like he probably goes to Paris a lot.
I'm not this. Look, this is a good win. Like JBR was not easy. You know, Drake, Cavallari, but I agree with you. He needs to go, and I think it was. But this is, I want to segue, because I'm going to talk about somebody that has been going to these races and is greatly improving, right? And that's Camden Lime, because he's been getting. So I was at a point like, you know, so Camden made that transition from HB at RCGP 2019. Camden Lime was fucking fast. Like, you know what I mean? He was fast. Look, we know the HB cars are really good there. All of them were good, but he was good. He won, right? He won it.
Yeah, he won it. Like
he won RC2.
He even had a really poor start, but then he just catched Westergaard and pulled off like a lead of a lap or something. He absolutely dominated the RC2 class.
Right.
No doubt about it.
So I'm not gonna lie. He went to SWAX, and it's been a while since he got back to that level, I think. And then I thought he's also a really good golfer as well. So I saw him doing that more, and I know it's like looking at using golf to go to school. And I don't blame him if he wants to do golf full time either, because that's way more money than what you get in RC. But he seems to have put his focus into RC. And you know, I saw him at PNB. He messaged me too the other day. Anyway, I said, "Man, good job, you won this." You know, I was happy for him. Well, he won Truggy, and he came second in Nitro Buggy. But at PNB, he was fast, right? And he's been getting better and better, and he's doing a lot of racing. So it's good to see him. You know, he could have easily just said, "All right, this isn't for me," right? And he could went and done golf. He's still doing golf, right? Because, you know, he's a teenager. Yeah. But he's stuck it out, and he's getting better.
Yeah, I can see him do like kind of like a Mason Fuller type of thing. You know, just like win one big race suddenly, and then just stay up there. You know, like I feel like if he just had like the time and you know, put in like the time into it, focused only on RC for a bit, maybe like he could. I bet he could do the like what Mason Fuller did, where he won that big e-buggy race, and after that he was just like there always, you know. Well,
I think for him it would just be making major A mains right now. That would be his first goal.
Yeah, but I think he's already at the level where he can make pretty much all of the A mains. He just like needs to be better prepared, I bet. Like, because it's like sometimes he does really like his main issue is inconsistency. He has the speed, but like it's just so inconsistent.
I believe FCJ is also almost there as well. This win will help him out. Camden Line, good second. Cav third. I think that's solid for Cav. I mean, we're gonna probably
I don't know. I have to be honest here.
We gotta look, man. We gotta look. He's out there. He's out. He's getting podiums.
No, but okay. Listen to like what we just said. We said Frankie Contreras. He's what? Like, I bet 15, he's under 18. Still, yeah, 15,
16.
He's like you said. He's playing baseball, going to school. He's practicing when he has time, and he goes out there, wins JBRL. Then Camden Blind golfs half the time, plays whatever. I think he plays baseball as well. Goes to school and smokes him in Truggy. Smokes Cavalieri in Truggy, beats him in Nitro Buggy, and Cavalieri gets paid money to only race RC cars. No social media marketing, no like building brand, no team manager roles. Just go to the track, practice, and win races. And he gets beat by these two kids. Like, that's not good. Like, yeah, you finished third.
That's just evolution. That's evolution. That's evolution.
It is. But like, let's be honest here. Like,
let's be honest. There was a time that nobody would beat Cavalieri at JBRL.
Yeah, that's like, I remember those days when it was just Drake and Cavalieri taking each other out for the last 5 minutes. Like, there was a time of JBRL where it would just Drake and Cavalieri a lap ahead of everyone else, and they're just taking each other out until they finish. And now it's like Drake barely made. I don't think Drake made a podium in any of the classes.
I don't think so either. But he did make a podium at PMB.
He did, yeah.
40 plus, and he was good in Nitro Buggy too.
Yeah, 40 pluses. That doesn't.
He beat Tebow.
But okay, Drake. Like I don't really mind Drake's race results because he does so much other stuff. But the thing is, like, Cavalieri does none of this stuff that Drake does, and he doesn't get good results at the moment. Like, okay, he made the main at DNC, like that was pretty good, and he's up there. But if you're only getting paid to race, you got to do more than that. And
Jesus, Max, you are hardcore on poor Cavalieri.
No, but like I'm just being like, you can't say that I'm wrong. I'm not saying I like Cavalieri. I don't have any issue with him, but I'm just being like honest. Like if I was his employer, I would be like, this is not a great investment.
I think WRC is happy. He's getting podiums. They seem to be happy. Let's see. Yeah. We got Silver State coming up soon. All right. Real quick, E-Buggy, Pavitas wins. Cav second, Arredondo third. Congratulations to Pavitas. He was good in practice and qualifying in the first round of qualifying at PMB. In Nitro Truggy, Camden Line wins. Contreras second, Pavitas third. These are we gotta look at these three. So Pavitas still, I mean, is a little older now, but yet given your age, I think.
Pavitas,
Contreras and Camden Line are still teenagers.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Camden and Frankie, those two have, I've always said they had potential. I think Camden got really distracted at one point. Like, at least to me, it didn't look like he put that much effort into RC.
I would say after he made the from HB to S-Works, it was a big transition for him. Yeah.
But I think Frankie, like, he now, like, I bet he's practicing quite a bit with Drake. And if he's not, he should. So, and definitely I'd like to see him somewhere, like maybe AMS, because then you get a bit of practice, you can get used to the track and all that. Mm-hmm. So that would be like a little bit of a stepping stone to get into the East Coast racing scene, because it's very different. Like West Coast, like the way you drive at dirt, it's very different the way you should drive at PMB or something like that. It's completely different thing. Much more close to like European style racing, where you have to actually hold corner speed and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know what I said about Frankie that made his dad mad.
You should apologize to his father.
I am sorry about it. I don't think I ever had anything against him.
I never heard JQ say anything about this, and then he goes, "Oh, I have a story to tell about Frankie," and I was like, "Really?" Anyway, I don't know
what I would have said. Like I don't even have any negative thoughts about him. So I'm a fan of it.
Who knows, man? You said something. Something. In other news, my buddy Axel was telling me about this. LSR Speedway, it's been open for so many years. indoor 10-skill track, I believe in Sacramento, closing. Rent increase cited as the reason for that. So we got a couple of more things to talk about. Then we're going to talk about Traxxas, but let's talk about tires. So we have new tires, like J Concepts releases new carpet and turf tire. Proline drops a new carpet and turf tire. We see Proline dropped a new compound. I think it's S5, I think it's called. I can't remember. I talked about this on the previous podcast, but let's put this up. Yeah. So here we go. We got, these are like, so these look like almost like mini pins or what Schumacher spikes or like a step pin almost. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. So the rear tire is kind of like a dart, like a bigger dart or a spike, mix of a dart and spike of like Schumacher tires.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is for like really rough AstroTurf. And then the front tire is like kind of a carpet tire where it kind of like a Schumacher Fusion, where you have, the pins in the center, but then you have the stagger or pin swag, they call it, like those edges. And then this is the tire from Proline. It was the Harpoon.
Yes.
This is kind of a newer design because this is more like kind of like a fugitive type of tire where there's like straight pins and quite densely together. I mean, it's close to the Cactus of Schumacher, but it's still different because the Cactus has more round pins and more pointy ends. So this would be interesting to see how it will handle because as far as I'm concerned, this looks like a carpet tire in the end. So this is what I'm going to say about this, right? I think we are about to see, which I think is a good thing. I think we're going to see carpet racing just blow up in USA. I think we're going to see semi-permanent tracks. I think we're finally going to see that. And I just think people are realizing that they have to follow the UK European model of having these tracks in school halls, church halls, stuff like that, where they can work out a deal where they can keep stuff and just make a different track. Yeah.
It's gonna blow up. It's gonna grow RC. Sorry to say this. I know. Sorry to interrupt you. I know I've said this before, but when you see Proline and J Concepts putting this much focus into carpet tires, like coming up with completely new designs, do you know that this market is growing and it's going to be pretty big? And I can only see it getting bigger and better for that. And I truly believe that this is one of the best ways to get people into racing.
Yeah, carpet is 100% much more beginner friendly than dirt, because you can drive any car in there. Short course will suffer. Like short course tracks will just like grip roll everywhere. But like in terms of like two-wheel drive, stock racing, all that will just grow massively. And it's hard to say like what it's about, but I'd say like most like the issue is just like generally housing and not housing,
because what it is, it's becoming too. Look, we just saw LSR, right? Clay track, been there for 15 years or whatever, gone because of rent increase, right? So what is the best way to have more people when you start a club? Have a little, a little community, just like what you see in the UK. And this is what, if I'm a track, this is what I'm doing. And you take the funds, you can take those funds, you can pay a little bit of rent to whatever, you know what I mean? And you can buy a new carpet every year, stuff like that. And everybody makes happy. And you get more people into RC. Maybe you get, you can, and also this is portable, right? So you can take this stuff and go do it somewhere else. That's the beautiful thing about this stuff. Like if you run out of space here, you can go do it. I just feel that this is why, look, I got it in my notes later on, but Martin Owen messaged me this week and he goes, hey, our first nationals at Robin Hood. Now, Robin Hood's outdoors, right? Our first Robin Hood is completely booked. 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive. And we have 70 people on the waiting list. First nationals of the year. That's it's freaking impressive.
Yeah. And I think it will, because there has been a big increase of outdoor like carpet / AstroTurf tracks in America too.
Yes.
It's not only just like indoor tracks are going away from dirt to carpet. It's like those that used to be dirt tracks outdoors now, like, hey, we can do like Astro outdoors. So that will come back as well. And to be honest, I am a bit sad that the dirt racing will go away. But then again, like the indoor dirt racing, like I don't like most of it is just silly.
It will
Like
still be there.
like it will be, but I think like something like SDRC or the old OCRC, that is still I can see that still as a dirt race, you know. But then like the CRC RC race, like the track is just like it's almost like glued together. It's like it's almost like racing on concrete style type
Yeah,
of
but people
surface.
still like that. And I think
People
you'll
like
still
it.
see those
People like it.
tracks.
I know. But the thing is, like, what's like moving from that to carpet is not that big of a change. All it does is the race organ or the track, the club or track owner, whatever. They just have to do less work because changing a layout on a carpet track is so much easier. So much easier.
And people love new layouts. There you go. You have a new one every time you go there. And if it's a bigger event, then you have it on the weekend. You could just leave everything set up for the weekend.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think there will be, a situation in America too where, like, let's think of EOS. I believe like none of the races were on permanent tracks at one point. Hoodie Arena was the only one which was a permanent track. Everyone else was a rented out location, a sporting hall, which they built the track for. One time it was the Nürburgring race. They had a fair or big event there, and RC was on the side of it. And then like big fairs in Poland, in Austria, they put out carpets and put a track there. So in America, there's so many shopping malls, so many
abandoned
big
ones.
sporting halls, and even abandoned ones too. So but the best scenario is you rent out the big sporting hall. I bet it's so much cheaper than renting out, something like, let's say PNB. Well, PNB it's in the middle of Tennessee, so it's a little cheaper. But big sporting halls like this, where you can make a 10 scale track, build a carpet track. You have you can make the jumps and store them somewhere, and then just bring them out, roll out the carpet, and you have a track built in a day, pretty much. You say go there on Wednesday, you can leave by Monday morning. You're good.
So, Tony Scarcella, my good buddy, he races a lot of 10 scale on-road and off-road at this. I think it's like an old church or something. I don't know what it is, but it's permanent. Like they have it permanently, but they have like one side's on-road, one side's off-road. They have a healthy thing going. And what's going on is, like up in Pacific Northwest, up in Oregon, I think they have an old Sears building that's like turned into like a hobby, like a RC dreamland with different tracks and stuff. And even when I was here recently, last year when I was in North Carolina, I went with Mike Hill his dad was into slot cars, like drag slot cars and stuff. And here we are in a mall, like where these people just rent because people ain't renting stuff, big mall buildings, and they have it. They had slot cars there. They had a little like oval 10 scale track, nothing too serious. So I just think that this is the future, and this is and you know what? People can just get away with running 2-wheel drive buggy and get enough runtime in, spend less money, and build the skills that they need to be competitive. And it's so much cheaper. And stock will be expensive because stock can get expensive, right? But I just think it's really good. And I think when you run, personally, you'll see more people running modified on carpet too, because you got traction, you got traction.
Yeah.
All right.
I think actually, like the J Concepts carpet series or whatever it's called, like I think if they will go out to try to go out renting a hall and building that equipment, I think that has a chance of becoming like a huge series in America, because it's very different to going one
huge.
of these.
It is huge
permanent
now.
Yeah, but it is huge. Okay, yeah, but I mean the level of PNB, DNC, these big races, because 10 scale is much more affordable to begin with. Then renting out these big facilities, it's still cheaper to do it for 10 scale than to do it for 8 scale. No need to build a track from dirt, nothing like that. I think there's a big way of like in the future, carpet racing will become mainstream. Now, I don't say that's better or worse, but I'm saying like I can't see it happening any other way, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I agree that it's gonna be it's just easier for people altogether.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's it. We have some race announcements coming up, but I'm going to start with this race announcement: the International Buggy Challenge at Barcelos, Portugal. I will be there. I have my ticket booked, so I'm going out there to help out with the stream as well as do NNRC stuff. If you wish to be a part of that, let me know, because I'm looking for some companies to sponsor that part of it. So check me out, hit me up. I look forward to it. Thanks to y'all and everybody over there. I was just talking with the media team, so we're planning to do a good show over there. The IBC coming up from the 12th to the 14th of May. Yeah, man, I am really looking forward to going to Portugal. I just keep hearing how good the food is. Yeah, like this fat guy needs to eat more food. Oh, I will eat. I will eat. Thank you to y'all and everybody there at the IBC crew. Looking forward to getting out to Portugal, seeing all the European races. This race is going to be stacked. Ongaro just announced that he's going. This is the first time we've seen Ongaro versus Ranafox since the World. The last time they met at this track, Ranafox smoked him. Now they're on the same tires. They're teammates, tire-wise. Woo! It's going to be good. The only thing I don't think they're going to have a lot of the French guys because it's the Nationals and no Killix. But I think a lot of other guys are going. So it's going to be great. All right, Max, to talk about that, we have a lot of races coming up. We're going to go through these coming up this weekend, April 14th to 16th, the U.S. Buggy Championships at Trackside Hobbies. And that's Scotty Ernst home track. Also, Scotty is our guest this week. I forgot to say that. I forgot to tell you that Scotty's our guest. I interviewed him. It was a great chat with him. That's happening at Raceway in Brookfield, Wisconsin. The EFRA 110 scale, 112 scale European Championships are going on from the 14th to 16th in Robertsbridge Community College, Eastbourne, Great Britain. I really like what DDRC TV is doing with the drivers and all that stuff. So that's the guys who are working for the BRCA. So they're going to be doing some nationals this year. It looks like they're very open. I want to go work with them. One day. We have also, I talked about this briefly, but coming up this weekend as well, from the 15th to 16th, we have the first round of the BRCA 10 scale nationals, which is completely sold out, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, with 70 driver waiting list. That's good. We have Raceway 1. They're doing coverage. Next weekend after that, we have the NXT warm-up. I think Ranafox going to that. Next weekend, we have the Florida RC Championships, which it looks like I'll be at. Then the following weekend, we have the North Georgia Shootout. Woo. This weekend, we have the Columbia Cup at first round of the North NCT at Pasco, Washington, the Pacific Northwest. That's just we're still in April, I think. We got the electric 10 scale carpet nets coming up. Not this weekend, but the following weekend. Hopefully I get there for the Sunday. Big race coming up. Shout out to my boy Tyler Zavado of RC Drag Talk. King of the Streets 3. This is the first big RC payout race. He is a purist at heart. He loves drag racing. This is third iteration. This is a race I really want to go to one day. I haven't talked to him much about this. My buddy Sean isn't going this year. He's been to all two. He's not bummed about that. But Tyler's just a really good dude. He's done a lot for the RC drag racing community. And they're going to have like 20 grand on up for grabs. A female one at Asher. So that's good to see. Okay, so now we're going into May. Obviously, we have Silver State coming up. We're going to have the Killix there. I think Boots might be going. JCC might be going. Alex Bernardzak's going. So that's good to see. The Dart Lone Star Challenge, May 19th to 21st, which is the second race of Joe's series. Remember, they go there, and then they go Silver State. So they go Silver State, then they go here, and then they go Visions race. We got the IFMAR 10 scale pre-worlds coming up on May 27th, 28th at Hobby Action. There's a lot of racing. Then we got Visions RC Offer coming up June 15th to 7th. We got Nationals coming up. We got Wicked Weekend. We got Euros coming up. We got E-Buggy Euros coming up. Then we got IFMAR 8 scale E-Buggy World Cup in September, along with the Worlds. That's the week after the Worlds. Dude, these guys got a busy freaking schedule. And I believe we have another race from Mark Moon and those guys at the Raybon Arena. It's the Peach State Classic. So, dude, there is a lot. And I'm sure I've missed things. Philippine Masters coming up in 2 weeks. Not this weekend, but the following weekend. Yeah. That's going to have full coverage. Asia Buggy Challenge, which is the first round of the Asia Buggy Challenge. I have more about that. Me and Scotty talk about that, but I have Zach and Ben on. I recorded with them like a week and a half ago. They come on and talk more about that. I'll put that out next week. Damn, dude. And we still, you know what? We still don't know if Kyle McBride is retired yet.
Yeah, I'd wish to know what she's doing this day.
It's crazy. Lots of racing. If we missed your race, we're sorry, but just we can't see it all. It's that, and we're not even talking about regional races, and it's good to see though. It's really good to see.
Yeah,
it's really good to see. All right, Max. You know what? I think that's it. We're gonna go on. We're gonna answer some questions. Your favorite part of this, and that is brought to you by the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A. Thank you to Beach RC. Wheel and Trigger tonight, as we're recording this. Obviously, Thursday night they'll have Mark Santa Maria on. Check them out. And shout out to Brent, Lucas, and everybody at Beach RC. We greatly appreciate your support. I think it's time I ordered me a Losi LMT from there and I make some money. RC is just, it's really bad for you, man. It's really bad for you. You just want so much RC stuff. It just never stops. Never stops.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
That's right. Thank you to Beach RC for their continued support, a brick and mortar hobby shop. You know what? We have an affiliate link for that in the written description. If you guys use that, it helps us out. We got a little slice of it. Thank you if you can do that. We greatly appreciate it. So, Max, this is your favorite. Now we're going to have to set some rules because we're already an hour and 7 minutes into this, and we're just getting into the questions. I know you have to. I know you love going on. I think you're actually answering these questions and debating yourself in your brain at times. So our safe word for this will be. What shall our safe word be for this?
I don't know.
Watermelon seeds. There we go. That's our safe word.
Why not just watermelon? Why do you have to?
I don't know, man. Seeds are good too. You got to. I never spit out the seeds. I eat this watermelon seeds, everything.
Yeah.
So watermelon seeds. When I say watermelon seeds, you need to wrap it up. So
okay.
I'm gonna give you a watermelon seed right away. Right away. So let's see. First question. So we have questions from Facebook. We have questions from our Patreon. We have questions from YouTube membership. We have questions from our Discord, which is over 500 people finally. And we have questions from Instagram. But first, our questions from Y'all Mellow. Max, in a very watermelon seeded answer, what is your opinion on the new HB front hubs? We're going to trigger people.
Yeah, so I actually did, because I wanted to be sure I was right. So I checked, double checked that what was there, like what did they update. So basically what they did is they used to have different rear hubs as well as front C hubs and the knuckle for the truggy and the buggy. So the buggy used the C-hub style front suspension, whereas the truggy used this 10 scale style front end, where there is more offset, more scrub radius. And then the rear end, same thing, so more offset. Okay, so the difference of this is that this will make the car, now talking purely the front end, the rear end is another story, I'll leave that out for now. But purely the front end, the difference is that you will have more scrub radius, as I said. And what this does is when you turn the wheels are effectively pressed outwards. So instead of just the direction of the wheel turning, it also pushes the wheel for the outside wheel forwards. So this makes the initial reaction to steering more aggressive, and overall you can feel the initial steering increase. Now the downsides of this is you have to shorten the arm length, which again makes the car more aggressive, more reactive, and oftentimes this can struggle in bumps. And even in like I'd say even in high grip conditions, it will be more tough to drive because the initial feel will be just more aggressive. Now what they've done is the original truggy parts they used for at the Worlds, I believe, they basically had some truggy parts that they put on the buggy, made some new A-arms so that the width of the car would stay the same. So they had 0 degree and 2 degree and 4 degree kingpin inclination. So what this does, it decreases the scrub radius, but still keeps the arm short. So effectively, you will reduce that effect of the tire pushing outwards, but you will still have the reactiveness and so forth. And they also introduced the 22 degree C-hub, so quite drastic caster. And now I'm talking about the hubs. Technically, they are still C-hubs, but they are the 10 scale type of hub where there's more offset. So they introduced more caster. They introduced more kingpin inclination by introducing a 6 degree hub. And what they do with this is they decrease the effect of what they kind of trying to do with this. So they put this high offset, high scrub radius hub on the car to make the initial steering more aggressive. And then they increase the caster and they increase the kingpin, which both kill the initial steering response. The caster transfers the weight from the outer tire to the inner tire when you steer, and then the kingpin inclination in general reduces the scrub radius, which makes the initial steering less reactive. But overall, they have maybe, I don't know, I haven't driven the car, so I don't know like if it feels similar to the C-hub design, but my estimation would be that the steering feel remains quite similar to their old C-hub design, but overall the front end is more aggressive, more reactive because of the shorter arm. Now, personally, I don't think of this as a good design stance. And Joseph has said that they did it just to use off some old truggy parts. But I think their main goal was to make the front end a bit more reactive because, let's be honest, compared to, let's say, the TLR, the HB is much more of a calm car, better over bumps. TLR, better, like more reactive. Let's say AMS, you can really see Fen drive that car hard. That's also down to the rear end a bit. But HB tried to make the front end more reactive by introducing a shorter arm, and then counter the downside of the more aggressive initial steering by introducing caster and introducing KPI. My opinion, I'd go with the old front end, but I can see why some people may like the new one. Probably better on, let's say, AMS maybe, but for DNC, I wouldn't run the new front end. You're on mute, but yeah, I
know.
I
was on mute. I guess that was not. I did not have to watermelon seat you. So good job. Good response. Kyle Neary, what's up, Kyle? What do you think has more fly in or out of state racers? So it's basically asking, what do you think has more fly in or out of state racers after going to both races this year, DNC or PNB? Okay, sorry.
I'd say DNC. Just like went to these two before.
Well, no, hold on.
Flying, definitely.
Yes, definitely more fly-in people. So to be fair, at PNB we had people from Bermuda, we had people from Canada, maybe we had people from all over America. So, so here's a couple of things about these races. PNB is located in a location where you can get people from the Northeast, from the Midwest, from the Southeast, from the South, and from the very East Coast, right? From Texas. People drove from Canada, so it gets that. DNC, when it was in Arizona, used to get the same amount of people. Not as moved, like same people. People used to come from Colorado. They still do, but it was a lot more people. I know people that have stopped going to DNC since it moved back to whatchamacallit, to SoCal.
California.
But DNC still has. It still has more people who travel to that. Now, it's equally, both are easy to get to be honest. I kind of sat down and I done the math. I was like, so, look, you fly into LA, you still got to drive 2 hours, 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours to get to the track, right? Mm-hmm. In traffic. So with PNB, people fly into Knoxville. If you can't fly into Knoxville, you can fly into Charlotte and drive up. You can fly into Atlanta and drive. Well, Atlanta's a little far, but from Charlotte to there, it's 3.5 hours, right? It's a nice drive. So availability, people can go to. Both are great. Charlotte, LAX, both big hubs, right? LAX obviously being bigger. The advantage that PNB has is it's under a roof, and you're always going to have a race, right?
Yeah.
And it was incredible weather there. It was like the best weather there. And I'm like, why do we have this weather at DNC? So obviously Joey can't control that. But what Joey has, he has DNC. It's 23 years old. It's probably considered one of the most highest ranking races in the world because it has an international flair. But PNB, it doesn't. It gets the people it needs from the surrounding areas. And people came this year. They laid everything out on the table. You got 2 qualifiers. This happens, and people came. Less people than last year, but I think they were comfortable with what they had this year. So I think, and I know people like that went to DNC and left. Like literally, they tell me, "Yeah, we left. We went up there, and then we just said, no, it's too cold." And they went Vegas, and then they came to PNB. But that's nothing to do with them. I think they're both 2 races that everybody should go to. PNB this year was definitely good. I enjoyed it. Dave put in, he puts in the show. I do give him that, and I think he puts on the best 10 scale races. Sorry, indoor races like this. And I think they're both easy to go to. I think you should both, if you want to go to any of them, go to both. Yeah. I think the one thing you have with PNB is you will always have a race.
Yeah, but to be honest, I can't say this because I never went to AMS or the others, but I looking at it right now, like if I were to go to a race in America, I definitely much rather do AMS than PNB.
Well, that's because you like the schedule, right? You like how the races.
Well, not only that, but to be honest, like the PNB venue, I see other race time events, and at least from what I hear, what I see, well, yeah,
PNB is way bigger. So I've been to AMS and it's small. It's about half the size. But I think
at DNC, the PNB, like for me, the main issue was just that it was so dark. The lighting is so bad.
Right. Was a little better this year. The only issue it happens is when you're like, so it's weird when it's raining or it's humid outside. That nitro fog sits there.
Yeah,
right? It isn't as bad. It isn't as bad as it looks on tap. I will say this: when I go in there and see it, it's not as bad as it is.
Yeah, but when I was there, it was pretty bad in the mains, to be honest. Like that's for me, because I love racing outdoors, so that's like a big bummer because Neo is a great example where it was indoors, yes, but they opened up the walls so it would actually leave some like sunlight in. The fumes would go out, and it was actually really, really nice to drive indoors.
Right, but
The
this
B&B
doesn't
was
have it.
like,
They had the doors open.
I know. Like
During when the first day we was there, it was kind of rainy, and it was the humidity just locks that stuff in. But once it was not as bad as it looked on television. No,
yeah, I know, but it's still one of the issues why not a huge fan of.
But that's most indoor
B&B.
races you go to. It's the same same for Silver State. The only time you're not going to have that issue is when you have races like Wicked Weekend or races like this North Georgia Shootout where they're under a roof, but the sides are open. And that, for me,
but that's what I'm saying. Like from my perspective, going to both PMB and DNC before, like right now, if I go to a race, I'd go to Wicked Weekend or AMS. Like just because of the fact that
Wicked Weekend's a great race to go to too.
Yeah, I don't know if AMS has better ventilation, if it has the same issues.
It's very much. It's small. Trust me, I've been there on a.
Yeah, but I don't mind. I don't mind small. Like I don't mind the track size at all. But it's just like the atmosphere of the the building itself. Like obviously PMB.
You can be outside. The best thing about AMS, you can pit outside. And you can pit right outside underneath a roof, and you can just walk right in. You do not. I do not want to be pitting inside. And you know what? I was actually like we used to pit inside at PNB, but they don't do that no more. And everybody's down in the barn. All right. Yeah. So that's I still I don't know, man. I still like both races, to be honest. I really enjoy.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to B&B like now because I bet a lot of stuff changed.
Oh, I think everybody wants you to come back to B&B.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to go.
We got a question about that because somebody asked you about your racing. Hold on. We have one. Good question though, Kyle. Hope to see you soon. I think I will. Lucas Lauren, great recap of him last week. Why are the names of chassis so boring? They're all just letters and numbered. Every manufacturer is like this. Well, I have my buddy Isaac Paulson came out. He says, if I ever make a tire, I'm gonna call it the Paulsonator. Best name ever. So what? Yeah. You know what? Let's make up a few names for cars. So let's call the Mayako what? What are we calling the Mayako? Not an MX-8. What we're gonna call it?
Well, I like Kyosho. It's like Inferno.
Oh, right, Inferno.
Yeah, Kyosho has a good one.
Mugen never really had one.
Boring. X-Ray doesn't even. Oh, it has XB8. Yeah, but it's like X-Ray has like probably the worst ones. They have so like just.
I think it's hard coming up with names.
Yeah.
Like the HB.
It definitely. But HB is the 819.
I don't know. You know what? Here we go. Here is for all those guys, everybody that's listening to this. Leave some names of cars companies in the comments. What you think they should be.
But I do like Inferno. Like my favorite car name ever is the Inferno. I think it's MP777. Like that's such a cool car name.
I thought the Inferno Burns was cool.
Yeah, I think it's called Inferno MP777.
I don't know. But
that's like the one prior to the MP9.
Yes.
Like 777 sounds so cool. It's kind of like 666 would obviously be a bit cooler, but 777 is like the corporate cool.
666 would have caused riots.
Yeah, I know. That's why like corporate cool would be like 777. I don't know. And Inferno, like that's just like
Inferno 666. Could you imagine if that was the name of a Kyosho back in the
that's too much. Inferno and 666. You have to be like corporate enough. So it's Inferno MP777. I have to say, so far of the cars I know, that has to be the best ones. Like Schumacher does like Cougar, Cat,
Cougar,
yeah. But recently they just went to like L1, LD2, like that kind of stuff. So they went to the boring route as well.
Good question. Yeah. We need some names. We want some names from the.
Put on the comments your favorite RC car name. I want to hear some because in the old days there was like some cool ones, like RC10. Like that's probably the coolest of the letter ones. But MP777 is my favorite because it's Inferno MP777. Okay.
Mugen had the Super Athlete too.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Maybe they should go back to the athlete name.
Losi had 8 spelled out. I hated it. I think like branding wise, it's
brilliant. I thought it was
I
brilliant.
don't know. I thought it was, and then like the 8 in the logo, like the E was like an 8, so it was like 8, and then IE.
It brought me back memories of Skate TV and Nickelodeon. They spelled Skate SK8. Like with the
Yeah, but I don't know. I hated the 8. I was so happy when they like switched to. Well, I liked Losi, but I hated the 8.
Okay.
To me, that was the worst.
We have an interesting
MP9,
question.
MP9 and MP777. Those are like my favorites, but yeah.
Yeah, Inner Kyosho fanboy coming out. Well, JQ
No,
had.
I've never even
listen. JQ had. JQ Racing had the white edition, black edition, yellow edition, the car. LV edition. I did like it. So they had names. All right, next question. Yeah. So this is something we're going to watermelon seed, and we're going to do it good, but it's a great question. What do you think separates guys at the top, like Fens, Mayfields, Runnerfolks, Angaras, etc., from the rest? Basically, the top 5 to 15. Racing package, practice, talent, experience, time. How can these mid and ladder pack guys move up? How would an average racer who can't dedicate all their time to racing to be able to improve versus those track rats, folks who basically live at the track all the time, when perhaps racing while enjoyable isn't their life because family, house, work, etc. come first. So, okay, I'm gonna say this. These RC racers at these top levels, the Runnerfolks, the Angaras, the Mayfields, the Fens, and the T-Birds and Cavaliers for many years that they were, and that we've seen over the years, and these young kids that are coming up, it's no different than LeBron James or Michael Jordan or these guys in basketball or Joe Montana, Tom Brady, these type of greats in football. Or if you're a soccer fan, Lionel Messi, Ronaldo, Sergio Aguero, who's my favorite, or like a Haaland, I have to throw in Manchester City, Wayne Rooney, United. All these type of guys that come around and they're better than people, right? They're better than their average players. They just have a skill. Well, this is just no different. It's just RC. It's no different. These guys have a skill set. They have a talent. They have a mindset that allows them, because it's mental too. They have a mindset that allows them to be better. These guys ain't spending hours and hours at the track. I can tell you that. They do go do some testing, they do stuff. But if you look at it like that, if you can think of it at these guys on that level where some professionals are just better than their counterparts, and they seem to just continue to excel the more they do it, it's just that. It's just they're very talented, they work hard, and they have a mindset that puts them above that other percentage. And there's 5 to 15 guys have to chase them. Like, they have to catch them, they have to beat them, and they have to make money doing it at the same time. And they might have other things going on. They might have family. They might have, look at Tebow now with JTP and family. All that adds up, And we're starting to see, we're starting to see Mayfield adding up with family and getting older. Maybe his vision isn't as good, on these bigger tracks. But if you can think about that, why isn't everybody a LeBron James in basketball? Why? Because he was special, right? There's not many Angaras because he's special. Mayfield, he's special. Yeah. Like, these guys are special. And these up-and-coming racers still have to beat them. Now, they are coming, but there's plenty of 22, 21-year-olds to 30-year-olds that would have, could have, should have, right? In RC. Well, it's no different. It's millions of those in basketball, football, soccer, Formula One racing, all this type of stuff. So,
it's like, I think it's just like there's always some kind of a bell curve of, like, you take a random sample of humans and put them here. Some of them are just going to be really, really good. Most of them are going to be average, and some of them are going to be really, really bad. It's like, that's like, no matter what you do, if you just take a random sample of people, that will always happen, no matter how big, how small. Obviously, in RC, like, preparation, especially in 8 scale, like preparation is really key. Like, I'd say Dany isn't as talented as like some other world champions, but he is just he was much more prepared. Like Cody King, I'd say he had the talent, but then he didn't have like the longevity of it. But then again, like
He didn't have
Testament
the
in
mental
20,
fortitude to deal with it.
yeah, then Testament in 2014, maybe not the absolute fastest guy in the world. Like let's compare to Ongaro in 2018. But Testament had like his program was really good. They put a lot of effort into it. They were prepared. They did everything right, you know. So there's things you can do, but in the end, it's like you need some level of talent, you need some level of preparation, and there will always be, these superstars. And in any sport, there's like that one guy who's just like so much better than everyone else. And then there's that one guy who does really well at certain conditions and certain circumstances. And when they have like everything on their side, like preparation wise and so on. So it's just about, I don't think it's any different from other things. And it's just like,
and it's so many guys out there that.
Yeah.
Here's something so when anybody says to me, like, what about this? Me and Chris have talked about this personally. And look, man, here is the bottom fucking line. Like, I hate to be blunt. Not just because you're good at RC cars doesn't mean you're going to do it for a living, right? It's very few and far between that do this for a living. And I'll be honest with you, most of the people probably couldn't even afford to do this for a living. And the pressure is, I keep talking about this, right? Because I want people to understand this. There's plenty of people out there that were good in basketball in their neighborhoods and probably were really good and made it to college or something, but never really made the NBA, you know? And they'll always have, like, if only I would have done this, I would have done that. Well, I've come to the conclusion that people are in places because they're supposed to be there, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously a few outliers everywhere.
Of course. Listen, when somebody says to me, oh, this person, I just say one name, Neil Craig. He is a semi-pro racer who competes on a pro level with European championships in his book and has done so for 20 plus years on the same.
He's a world champion.
Yeah, world champion. Has done this while holding down another career, like a full-time career. So when I heard this from people, I heard this like, oh, if I just had more time to practice and do the. If you want it, you figure out a way. I'm kind of with JQ on this. If you want it, you'll figure out a way to do it. And if you don't want it, you'll just make excuses why you don't. And I also will say this. Some people just have it and some people don't. Yeah. I don't care how hard you work. You may never have that last little edge to become. You might be knocking. There's plenty of guys that are knocking on the door, but they're still way back in line. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, hey, I'm knocking, but I'm way back here. And at that, when the stars are aligned and everything's cool and everything's going how they can put in and probably compete with the best of them, but they can't do it at every race. And the excuse, I think people need to stop making excuses and just do it. And if you ain't gonna do it, just understand that this is gonna be. Jeff Keaton always said something, right? I never knew what he meant when he said this. And he says he thinks that the hobby has gotten too serious. And I'm thinking on a pro level, like, no, like we need this. But it definitely has gotten too serious on a non-pro level, right? On certain genres, 10 scale, 8 scale, 2 of them, the biggest ones, right? So I think people just need to get back to being good and enjoying the sport and enjoying the hobby and being happy with their results. Yes, you always want to do better, but your life and your livelihood doesn't depend on that. And do you really want it to depend on that?
Yeah, it's something it's something we talked about before in the podcast. Like, a lot of people have this idea that you do RC to get sponsored, to get pro, that. Instead of doing it, hey, I want to finish, like you talked about this before, where instead of setting goals for getting sponsored, making a living out of it, set goals for, where you want to finish at the race. And
we talked about this last week.
Yeah, that's like a big cultural thing mostly that can separate, like the people who just have fun, even though they might not do as well as they like, from the people who think like, hey, I want to make it to pro and so on. And I think, it's actually better to have the attitude of, I'm just going to this race, trying to make the best I can. And if it happens that I do well, then maybe I look at, making it pro. Even if you want to make it pro, that's the better attitude, in my opinion. Like, just put the effort in where you can drive as the best of yourself, not to prove anything, but, have the fun, have the results that, or have the, how would I say it? Have the performance that you are capable of. That's, in my opinion, the most valuable.
Exactly. And when we're talking about these Ongaras, Ranafox, Mayfields, these guys aren't normal. They're abnormal in this hobby.
Yeah, it's like
they're normal. You're not gonna find these guys on a block. Like these guys have got something that somebody. Yeah, like just like Lionel Messi is good at soccer. Yeah. He's got something that somebody else. Just like LeBron James, Michael Jordan were good at basketball. Tom Brady was good at quarterback. They had something that others don't. That just put them above it. And it's you can't bottle that up. Yeah. You can't bottle that up and do it.
There still is like you can win a world championships, even a world championship, even though you aren't a Ronafok or a Fend or an Ongaro. One of those guys who just clearly has a lot of talent. It's like you cannot argue against the fact that Fend winning his first War Nationals at like what? I think he was under 18 at that time. Like he won 1 year, he won like 9 War Nationals, like in covering like 10 scale and 8 scale classes. And the same with Ronafo, winning the Euros at, I think it was 15, 16. Ongaro winning the Worlds as the youngest driver in 8 scale, I believe. There's like undeniable talent. And like those, I think if you're looking at like, no one's going to get to that unless you have the talent already. Like no matter how much work you do, like you cannot be as good in the way they are. You have to do some other things better. You have to think smarter, have better racecraft, so on, So there's those few outliers that you shouldn't really even like. I think those are just like, they are what they are. And then after that, then we can like discuss like what is the difference. But even those guys, a lot of them,
we can have a whole rant about this, but we're not.
Yeah,
we've ranted about it enough.
Yeah, I think like, well, I don't know what the angle is of this question. Like if the angle is like a guy who wins intermediate at like DNC or PMB.
No. What it is, there's plenty of people like, so there's lots of guys out there that are fast regionally and probably on the cusp of knocking on some of these A-mains around the world, right? And you heard this, well, he either heard, well, I need this, or I need a better deal, or I need this to be successful, I need that, or I need travel, and I need that. And people always want before they earn, you gotta earn that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's, yes, obviously, when you have circumstances where you can't practice as much as you want to and stuff like that, I understand that, but it just kind of is what it is, man. I mean, other people have had to overcome that too, Yeah. And I think I can definitely feel for people who feel like that, but I think at the same time, people have to take a real deep look at themselves and say, well, is it really because I can't practice no more, or have I just reached my limit? Is this where I'm going to be? If this is my plateau, this is where I am, I'm happy with it. Now, if you think you're going to be better, and you want to do this full time, then you need to go out there and put 125% into it and believe in yourself and go do it. And if you can, at the end of the time, if you don't do it, you can say, I put all my all into it. But it's hard when you go, when you start making like you no excuses. Like you put your all into it. You ran, you did all this traveling, you did all this stuff, and you somehow got it done, or you didn't. That's just what it comes down to at the end of the day. Simple as that. You either do it or you don't. If you want it bad enough, you'll figure out how to do it. Yeah. And also, you got to understand that not everybody can be one. Not everybody can be a pro driver.
And it's like I've noticed it a lot. Like it's mostly about attitude. If your attitude is like, oh, I need to make it to pro, I need to make it to pro, or I need to do this and this and this, it's not gonna work out. You have to have an approach like that. You just going out there, getting better, and like focusing on what you're doing, focusing on what you can do better, and that's the only way to like any driver, like even in the finish level, like all of the drivers who like actually put like the thought into it, they do well, you know.
I'm watermelon seeding you.
Okay, we're good. But like, let's say, like,
you beat that one. You know what? The point of watermelon seed is like stopping, right?
Okay.
Not to say okay and keep on going.
I was just gonna conclude, dude. But
your conclusion.
But I mean, no.
Go ahead.
But yeah, pretty much just that it's more mental than anything actually restricting. That was kind of the point.
I agree. I agree. I think you can still do 10,000 laps and still not be good enough. Just like, if you do practice some 10,000 times, man, you can practice 10,000 layups and still not be good as LeBron. You'd be good, but you wouldn't be as good as him.
It's better.
LeBron's up to do 10,000 layups.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's better to think for a while than to do 10 more laps.
It's better to enjoy this for what it is and stop trying and stop and enjoy it. I think if more people came in and enjoyed RC racing for what it is, and it's yes, results are important to some people, but it's the atmosphere, it's being at a race, it's the mechanical side, it's all that type of stuff. There's so much more to RC racing than results. So I agree with you there. All right, Max, we have to get through some more questions. We're going to have to be kind of fast because we have quite a lot. Brandon Shells, Max, overall opinion on the Techno e-buggy.
Techno e-buggy. It's better than their Nitro buggy in if you're looking at straight up like results. And like what people think of it. I think it's down to just like lower center of gravity, and so on. More drag brake comes down the car compared to Nitro, where the car is already quite sensitive of power. And I think it's just, and also like the car naturally doesn't carry a lot of corner speed. So when you have more power available to you, you can take advantage of the point and shoot style that the car prefers. Whereas in Nitro, you don't always have the power. You have to maintain some sort of corner speed. So that's. Right. I think it's a better car than the Nitro, but I wouldn't say it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's one of the best. I think there are better e-buggies out there.
Their e-truggy is damn good. That's for sure.
The Techno Truggy is definitely one of the best truggies.
Very good.
Best truggy.
Brendan Hong from Canada. Is there a specific break-in fuel? If so, what's the difference? Is it okay to break in with one brand of fuel, then run a different brand after break-in? I don't know any specific fuel. I mean, most people try to stick with. Yeah, I'll tell you what. My buddy used to always say, like, put a little extra caster in my break-in fuel the first couple of bottles. I've broken in engines. I've rebroken an engine in the pits at a nationals, and that engine lasted gallons. No, I don't think there's any specific break-in fuel. Maybe some fuel with a little bit more oil than a race blend. And look, dude, I think in one race, I think I put 3 different types of fuel in my tank. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have my fuel and I had to borrow somebody's fuel and put it. I was dead last. It didn't matter. But I don't think it's as some people. I don't think it's that big of a deal switching fuel like that. If you break it in with one type of fuel and you use another type of fuel, I don't think you'll see a difference. That much of a difference. That's my opinion.
Well, I mean, you'll definitely have to change the two. That's like. That is a given with changing the fuel. Generally, if you run a good fuel, you shouldn't need a break-in fuel, to be honest. There are some brands that have a separate break-in fuel, but not a lot of brands offer it, I think. And it's usually the difference is that just has more oil, like you said. To be honest, it's not gonna ruin your engine or change your life, but if you look into the like specifics, like in the braking phase, what you're kind of trying to do is to surface finish the cylinder and the piston, and what type of oil and how much of it and what type of fuel you're running, that's going to affect how that surface finish is done. And if you change the fuel that has a different type of oil, different type of chemicals in it, it might not, it might not work as well in the long term. It might wear out the engine quicker, and so on. So I suggest you find a fuel and just use that for everything. And yeah, I don't know if I've never done this myself, but some people say they just drop a little bit of caster in the braking fuel. But I don't know. To be honest, I've been fine running just a good running fuel. But I think the biggest thing is just in general, just have good fuel.
I agree with you. I agree with you. All right, Max. So this is going to be a little science modi. It's about 10 scale Schumacher cars. I did tag you in this, so you can ask Pecco.
I didn't ask him. But...
Okay, so if you don't know the answer, we're going to say you don't know the answer. But Stuart Clem wants to know, I raced two-wheel drive 10 scale Schumacher LD2s on an oiled outdoor clay. In certain areas of the track, the surface of the track appears to be polished due to the number of cars packing the surface down over time. This has made these areas very low grip, especially when the track temperatures are low. What adjustment should I look to do to reduce oversteer in mid-corner and to corner exit? And he goes, I have the new L1R rear hubs, which have hub height adjustment. Max, you give him the simple answer to this.
Okay.
Watermelon seed invoked.
Okay. So in general, lower hub position is pretty good at this. It will keep the car more stuck to the ground on exit, especially when the surface is smooth. Another one is this kind is kind of tricky, but generally moving the shock inside on the arm, that generally helps with this. It's not a given, but in general I have preferred it. And then one, in my opinion, my favorite type of to solve it is to move the hub forward so that you have a lot of angle on the drive shaft. That for me is, in my opinion, probably the best way to increase speed or increase traction, rear traction going out of the corners. And those are probably the general tips. Specifically of the car, I don't know. I didn't have time to ask Pecco. But
next time you'll ask Pecco. There you go. You will ask Pecco. All right. Good question, though, Stuart. We will come back to that with some information from Pecco, the fastest Finn. It's okay. Sean Duffy, he wants to know about this 13 millimeter versus 2 millimeter shock diameter craze going on in 10 scale. What do you think about this, Max? Is the 13 millimeter worth the extra oil and weight?
Well, I'm pretty sure I talked about it just a few podcasts back.
Right, but let's put it in a quick layman's terms because I've forgotten too, and I want to know.
Okay, so basically, 13 millimeter, you have less pressure change of the effect of the shaft going into the shock. Then 12 millimeter, it's the opposite. So it's smaller volume when the shaft goes in, piston goes up, shaft goes in. A higher percentage of the volume is used, so that means the pressure is increased more. Just more pressure increase once the shaft goes in. So generally, you have a more numb shock. In track, you feel it's better on bumps, but downsides, more weight, especially the weight is up top. And well, Keenan's last time I talked about this, Keenan's biggest worry was you're going to use more shock oil. So I guess that's a downside too. But I'd say from what I've heard from Yona and these guys with the new associated shocks, it's better over bumps, better on lower grip, but then on carpet, on higher grip, the 12 millimeter might be better. I personally do like the smaller shocks just for the principle of we don't need that huge shocks.
You are a fan of the small shocks. I remember this.
But for a general consumer, probably the 13 millimeter shocks are a better option, more calm, and it's easier to drive. But if you're running 12 millimeter shocks, I don't think it's it's worth it to just buy the 13mm shock. It's not a game changer in my opinion.
Okay. Douglas Reeks wants to know what's your. I know you're not going to have a good answer for this because you don't run much e-buggy, but he wants to know what's up, Douglas. I haven't spoken to you for a while. Max's top 3 ESC and motor combos for e-buggy.
Well, working at a hobby shop which sells electronics for e-buggies, Hobbywing generally has been the most common choice and what people like the most. I have never ran a Maclan myself, but those ones have like I've heard from people that they have pretty good throttle feel, but that's kind of a long shot. But Hobbywing, I can say it's pretty comfortable choice. There has been some issues with cold weather, and I heard from like the Netherlands they had lots of issues because they're running quite cold and moist. So there was a few people having issues with the ESCs. But other than that, Hobbywing is probably the safest choice. And then, Maclan, I've heard good things of, but that I cannot that strictly vouch for. To be honest,
the most popular is actually Hobbywing and Tekin.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tekin, I've heard. And
I heard the same thing, dude. And I got a Tekin Gen 2 that I have a Tekin Gen 2 I think still works because I haven't used it for a long time. But it's like, I get it. Yeah. You know what? Here's what I've learned. So I'm going to throw in a plug right here for this. Here's what I've learned about ESCs and motors and all this type of stuff. It's about protection, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You know, we saw a car burst into flames at PNB after it flat landed off the jump, right? So I'm going to throw a shameless plug out to my boy, Brent at RC Body Armor. Brent Jackson, I believe his name is. He's got some pretty cool stuff. He's got, so the thing you want to do with these ESCs is put some protection between them and the chassis. He has this like foam. It's like a double-sided foam. You glue it to, it's about that thick, and you glue it to the bottom of the ESC, cut it out, and then you glue it to wherever you're putting it. And it just provides, he said he's been using it for quite a long time. No shock. I know a lot of people put a bunch of double-sided tape, use Kyosho tape. He swears on this. I'm going to try it on my Techno MT410. He also has a pad for underneath the motor to prevent that. And he has in the bottom of the where the batteries go. So I think that is for things lasting a long time, that's important. So check him out at RC Body Armor. He'll send you a kit. I think I think it's brilliant. And I
always use a bunch of double-sided
so
tape.
I think that technology is what's missing and you know, we just need to make this stuff a little more reliable and last longer.
Yeah. In general, though, like it's hard to like say buy this. Like Hobbywing is the only one I can say like, hey, this is like I would buy this myself.
You used to use LRP stuff too.
Yeah, LRP. I pretty much only had issues with. I don't believe they have updated much, so not. I cannot vouch for that. Really, some people run it, but I gotta say it has quite a bit of issues. Maclan and Tekin actually, those ones have had lots of issues. So Maclan and Hobbywing, those are the only two I would personally put my money into right now. I'm trying out another brand right now, but I don't.
Yeah, I was talking about a cheap brand too. My buddy was telling me about that for motors. So we shall see.
Yeah, there's lots of like smaller brands. I'm trying one right now. When as soon as the tracks get open, I'll know more. But I haven't run it yet.
All right. Alan Placer says, "I love that hat, Lefty. I do too. I rejuvenated it. I need to get another fitted hat." All right, so we got a question coming up here. We're not going to take too long on it because we have a few more, and we're already going too long for this. And the camera's going to turn off very soon. Wayne Long, should anyone who received contingency money from a company be considered a pro? I think so. A discount is just that, but a check or cash other than a race prize should be pro level. So we had this conversation once about Cody when JQ gave him like $100 for finishing fifth at RCGP. So JQ Racing has had a contingency program for anybody that races a JQ. Well, back then, for anybody raced it, for anybody at any level. I know this is in response to the RPP, which I think is a great idea, but no, you aren't a pro. You're just like, if you was a pro and you made $300 for that weekend, and you're gonna be a broke pro.
It's so, yeah. I don't.
You know what it is? Here's what it is. I am about RP. I like RPP. It's working. It's for anybody that runs those products. It's not for sponsored people. You don't have to be sponsored by them or nothing. You're just running it, right? It puts, what people don't like about it is it puts responsibility for your deal on you. Now, I get this guy's tip. He's saying, well, they're making money from it, pro. I obviously think it's a difference. You know, that guy who finished on the podium and the sportsman A-main is not a pro caliber driver. He's just a sportsman guy. He used some pro line tires or AKA tires, and he got $150.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, one guy who's running Mayako, and he ended up winning the DNC e-buggy. Chris Morale, yeah. So basically, he's just a guy who
Dany got contingency from RPP as well.
Yeah, so Chris and Dany are guys who have a real job. They race once in a while at these big races, and they're really like good drivers. But for example, Chris, I don't believe he has any tire sponsor, so he runs whatever he has in his bag. So it might be that at some race he runs pro line and gets a few $100 from the RPP program. So that doesn't make him a pro. It just makes him a guy who happened to win or be in a podium at one race. Or same with Dany. He's not a pro, definitely not. It
was at one point, but it's not now.
Yeah, but like he races once or twice a year, and he's like 60 years old soon. So it's like he's out of any count. So yeah, definitely not the same thing. And I don't think so.
I think what's more harmful is everybody throwing out these deals and thinking they're pro.
Yeah, to me, that's like the harmful. Discount, like I think discount would be I would consider a discount more to be a pro, because you actually have a contract with the company that you will race for their products, effectively do work for them by promoting online and so on. When you get contingency money, all you do is just race it and make a post, and then you get.
What if the race has contingency money and you win it?
Yeah, but I mean that's.
But I get his point. I get his point though. He does bring up a point, and I've heard this before. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah, I think when you write a contract, then it's different, And unfortunately, we have a lot of these contract customer things where you're with a contract, you're tied to one company, but you're forced to pay for the things you use, which is a silly thing. Like other industries do it, but it's just like, to me, it's a weird, way.
I just think that I understand this gentleman's point because I've heard this before, and I think you're pro driver, when you're making a salary from companies to drive. That's my opinion, and this just comes down to what I always say is that we need a definitive line between pro and Joe. That's it. All right, no more beating that horse.
Yeah, but one thing I want to say is, it shouldn't be about pro and Joe. It should be about a certain skill level and average skill level. It shouldn't be about who gets paid what, who gets it shouldn't be about money in any way. It should be about skill level purely. And I think that's like the way they did it at DNC, where if your lap times match with the top 15 of pro or whatever it was, then you just get straight up transferred to pro. I think that's good. That's how you should. It should be purely on skill, nothing to do with money or whatever.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so we have some Instagram questions. Good question though, Wayne. You're not the first person to ask me that question, so I agree. We have three questions from Instagram. Few. First from FA7 Boy RC. He wants to know two questions: is reverse shocks going to be the new trend we see and die in a year? And he also asked, does the Invisible Speed book suit me as a 10 scale racer? Yes, I think it does. And what do you think about the reverse shocks? I see that the holes had a reply. I started watching. I didn't watch it all. I have to watch the rest of it. But do you think we see the invisibles? The reverse shocks going away?
I don't know. I think you'll at least stay for a while with the associated crew, just because of the popularity of it. Like the top European guys are running it, and just a few days ago, like Rivkin posted a video of he was running it. So I think
it's gonna go viral. It's gonna be everywhere.
Like, everyone's gonna try it, but to be honest, like when like these European guys figure out the way to get the car good without running the shocks upside down, then people just switch back slowly. I think it's kind of like there was this, like, again on my channel there's a video about body shells, the history of like body shells in RC, and it's crazy because everyone was running a cap forward design like from 2010 to like 2014 around, and then when Testman won with the Type R, then everyone went to those cap backward bodies again, and then back to 2018 everyone had switched back to cap forward.
Lexan wings.
Yeah, Lexan wings was one thing where it came out, then it went away, and now it's back again. Like everyone's
just
like,
X-ray drivers. Just X-ray drivers.
And actually, one thing is like it's not made of Lexan, but that style of wing. Like Beta made it, and now everyone's running it. And I bet like some drivers will go back to the normal wing. It's like these things are just like crazes that will come back and like go away.
RC it goes and comes, right? The fads come in, go out, and come back.
Yeah,
we've seen it many times. So I think if it's working, and then you see Rivkin and guys, it's just gonna. I guarantee you, if I go carpet nats next weekend,
everyone's gonna
use the shocks.
Yeah,
but you know what? Go check out the Hall's response to JQ. I think I have not watched it all. I started. I will check it out. I like them guys doing good stuff. All right, so Max, this is going to keep it short and sweet. Josh Grant, 37. Can Max back up any of his shit talking about Americans? Come race her, he would get slapped. The challenge has been set to you. The gauntlet. You've been smacked in the face with the gauntlet.
I have been to America 3 times. First time was the Worlds in 2016. Then I didn't do very well, but it was the Worlds, so it's not an American race, to be honest. It's a F1 World, you know. Second time I came was the DNC 2018, and I raced in the intermediate class and I won it. Okay, so I couldn't do better. Like I could have stepped up.
You was very fast that weekend.
Yeah,
and you was very fast.
And then the next time was PNB. I hadn't raced. Huh?
You made the A main.
Yeah, I finished, I think, top 10 in qualifiers, and last time I touched an 8-scale car was 6 months before. Like the first laps I ran with an 8-scale car in the 6 months was the practice on Friday. More than 6 months.
I think you just need to come to America and race. We need to figure out, look, you know what? We're going to do that. We're going to get you to America. We're going to get a dunking stool. We're going to pay, you can pay $5. You get 3 chances. And then we're going to have, then after all you're getting dunked, you know, we pay for your plane ticket and everything to come there. Then we're going to sit you in the corner and we're going to have you there sipping a cup of tea. Ask me anything.
When is Wicked Weekend?
June,
July. When is AMS?
I want to say November.
Mm-hmm. It's tough. I like.
Dude, this guy wants to race you. Guys want to race you. Even Isherwood said Max has to race.
But the thing is, I won't be racing any of these guys commenting on YouTube, you know, or Facebook or Instagram.
Drop down to intermediate. Ooh, that would.
No, but I mean, I don't pay for my stuff, so.
I think if you drop down to intermediate, we'd get kicked out of the race.
Oh, but I cannot race intermediate, you know. Like I'm beating Pekka and Johan and JQ in Finland, and these guys still make like.
I don't. You know what? We're gonna stop with Finland. We got to go neutral ground. Yeah, it's always about. If you do it this year, then okay, we'll continue. But then you might be only fast in Finland. You know, that's what happens. You know, everybody's challenging you, Max.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I want to go.
I haven't seen you race since RCGP.
Yeah, 2019 RCGP. Yeah, it's been a while since 2019 RCGP is actually the last time I raced abroad.
I think so. You
Yeah,
didn't do no
it's a long
races if
time.
you associated. Yeah, because COVID hit right after that.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
you're
like
after
after that, I went to the military for
Okay.
6 months, and then it was COVID, and
Why did
then
you do a
since I joined Mayako, I started school. So
Why did you do a race? All right, two more questions, couple more questions, then we're gonna move on. We're definitely going too long. I don't know how to say this guy's name. He wants to know: does Mayako plan to pick up a hot gun in the U.S. now that Tebow won't be full time next year? I don't know what Mayako's plans
I don't
are.
think I to be honest, like I think that's not like I don't know about Mayako's intentions right now because it seems like both Robert and Tebow was kind of like where Robert was probably more pre-thought, but Tebow seemed like a kind of a surprise move, even like for
It
both
was
sides.
last minute.
Kind of a last minute move. So I know for a fact that they're like Mayako wants to pick, an American guy, like a top driver. I don't think there's any good ones available, really. Like the ones that fit the brand are really good. What would you
Well,
think?
they're gonna have to carry a brand. That's gonna take a lot.
Yeah, that's the
But
thing.
if I
Like
was to sign
you will
somebody-
obviously, yeah.
If
they-
I
they
was to
will-
sign somebody, it would be Team Fuller all the way, and that would be it. And
yeah, but that's hard because like there's like Mayako offers Fuller's a deal. Like there's no reason HB want to let them go. Like I'd rather, if I was HB, I'd rather let Cole go completely and pay Fuller's double, like than to let them go. No, but like I'm just being like, can you argue against that? You effectively have two brothers that are winning races, and Cole, who, I mean, is making big mains, but sometimes struggles a lot.
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry if I offend someone, but you cannot argue that I'm wrong. I'm like, would you not put your monies in Fuller's then Ogden?
I would have to. Yeah.
Yeah. You just don't want to make anyone mad. You're trying to play it like I'm.
No. We've said it. We've said it plenty of times.
Yeah.
And I agree that the Fullers.
And I'm not saying. Yeah.
We agree.
Cole is
Cole
bad.
can either be in the B main or he can be top 3.
Yeah. And I'm not saying like Cole is so bad, HB should let him go. I'm saying like Fullers are like such a good investment right now compared to what Cole is right now. Because out of Cole, you're not getting a world champion out of Cole at this point.
What you're getting right now, though, Cole is a great personality and people like him.
Oh, so yeah. But with Fullers, you might get 2 Raw national champions and world champions, and
this is true.
Obviously, I'm talking strictly business, okay? And I put my money on Fullers. Yeah.
All right. So next question, and this is a question that's been asked a lot, and I get it. And this is from Instagram, and he wants to know how come RC off-road racing gets trophies for huge races, but drag racing can put up 10 to 20K grand in payout. You want to know why? Because drag racing can be done on the road in a parking lot. It doesn't cost.
One of the biggest races in drag racing was done like on a parking lot. So
yeah, I mean, and to be honest, like, yeah, I know people about making money and all this stuff from races, and I don't think every race should be a money race in RC, but there's room for some. I mean, we saw visions, but I just think that people are, and I'm sure like to put on a drag race costs money too, but probably not near as much as it costs to put on. Let's put it this way: put on a drag race, to put on King of the Streets does not cost as much as it costs to put on PNB or Silver State.
Oh, it's
probably what the money that exactly, and then these drag races aren't freaking 4 days like DNC, they're like 1 or 2. So with the drag racing, it comes, it's like it's a traveling circus. Everybody comes there, they set up, everybody's there, and entry money pays for that, and then they give back. But I mean, this is what made drag racing popular, right? This is why we have $3,000 turnkey drag cars. Like, you know what I mean? I like this drag racing thing, but I think I don't know. Is the bubble gonna pop? Is it gonna be like short course? I don't know.
I think drag racing will stay because even if people don't buy the, I mean, 100% the $3,000 car bubble will burst. That will be just like at some point people are not gonna be believing that they will winning the big prize, but for sure the community will stay because drag racing is a big thing like on its own, and then you're doing just scale drag racing. Most of the time, just hanging out with your buddies, having a good time, and then you go out there and ride for a bit. And it's not about like you don't have to put that much effort into it. You know, it's you make the car ready.
Let me tell you something. They do a lot of testing. They do a lot of testing. These guys go like it's deep. The guys out there with laptops, the tuning ESCs, motors. It's a lot of testing that goes into this.
I mean, the top guys do, but it's like most people there just
have a lot of money in this right now, dude. It's a lot of money, and guys are winning money, and it's king, and they look real, and it's booming.
But also, one thing I wanted to add was actually the race format, because in drag racing, it's kind of like anyone can win, pretty much. Everyone starts from a bracket, and then you just move up to the one who wins.
Mm-hmm.
But in racing, you have qualifying, you have practice, and you kind of know who's gonna win. So the money prize isn't like you just want to win to start out with. The money prize isn't. It doesn't really make it that. It's just a nice bonus for the guys who win. But from drag racing, like to some extent, it's a much higher percent, like much higher possibility of someone. Yeah, it's like someone can win it, even though they aren't absolutely the best. Like off the wall,
like this, people, like this lady that won it last year. Like somebody could come. Like obviously there are better cars and better people that do drive these cars better, but it's I know what you mean. Like there's a chance. Like there's definitely more of a chance from somebody nobody's ever heard of winning this than it is of them going to Dirt Night Challenge or Silver State and winning. It's definitely a higher chance. I get it. A lot of money in drag racing, man. A lot of money in drag racing. Not a lot of doesn't need permanent tracks, doesn't need driver stands, doesn't need none of that stuff, So
and it's also a cultural thing, like drag racing. Like if you look at like in pop culture, drag racing is like two guys on a closed street throwing money, and then who wins takes it. That's kind of the cultural. So like cultural, like where you're living in drag racing, whereas like car racing in general, it's more about professionalism and that. Like drag racing is about outlaw stuff, and especially like this is no prep and stuff like that.
It's
the
gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge.
I think
I'll be tuned into it.
All kind of things that put.
So we have a couple more questions, and we got to go through this quickly, Max. We're going entirely too long. We weren't supposed to geek out on this. We have a couple of Discord questions. We can't answer them all. All right. So these are from our YouTube questions. Actually, just two. So EKJ 24,000. What's up, Corey? What's up? Check him out. Sign up. Doing some good work on his channel, EKJ 24,000. It's finally time that the younger pros are finally about to take over. Well, I mean, we're excited, but they actually got to go in. You know what I mean? It's been many of them that have got there and they're knocking on the door and they've got one foot in the door. But you got to open, when you open the door, you got to walk through it. And it's going to have to be nitro buggy. And that's it. And they still haven't done it. I think it can happen. I definitely think it can happen this year. But they still have to win. That's it. That's the bottom line.
To be honest, like if we look at the average age on the podium, like 5 years ago compared to now, like now there's Fend. Like he's almost the oldest guy on the podium at the moment. Like Fend, the Fullers, Van Dalen, Brandon Rose. These guys are making podiums. Even at DNC, there was like Fend and was it Ogden who finished third? Or
Ogden finished fourth. It was Fend. No, it was Mayfield, Fend.
Who am I back now?
Slipping my brain. I know Cole was fourth. Testman.
Okay, so Testman was third. So even there, okay, DNC was kind of old because Tebow and Mayfield were there. But like it used to be sort of like every big race was like either your name was Ryan or you were Tebow, and you were all in the top 4. You know, pretty much.
Oh,
And,
they're getting there. They're getting there.
yeah.
That's for sure. But they have to win.
So
They have to win.
I think it's definitely what I'd say is the old generation is kind of on their way out. Let's put it like Mayfield's still there.
Mhm.
Mayfield's still there, no doubt. Cavalieri, in my opinion, is been on his way out for a while now. But this year we'll kind of see like if it's the final blow to him. Tebow, from his own will, retiring. Lutz is doing all right, but he's kind of not been in the top for a while now. And it's kind of the old guys are kind of switching out.
All right.
Testman and Fend are, still in it, but then there are also like new guys like Renner Rose and these guys who are coming.
They're coming, but they still have to beat them. That's the end of the day.
Oh yeah, there isn't like a new Mayfield yet.
Next question from Kevin Hobart. He says, "I have the MP9 Evo. I believe that's the RTR. He says I got it real cheap. Do you think it's worth racing? Let me check and see if this is the RTR." And he also asks, "I'm newer to e-buggy. My nitro is a JQ white edition with all white plastic." I think this guy asked me about this previously. If this is the Evo, man,
it's the RTR.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You're gonna spend way more money trying to make this race worthy than
I don't know if it's like if you were able to run it
till it breaks. Run it, get some practice with it, run it, learn it. But I'll be honest with you, don't get caught up putting hop-ups on it to make it into a at that point, go out and get yourself a proper used kit, and go from there.
I don't know, actually. I'm looking at this kit now.
I've seen them. I've had guys that have them, and I just think like RTRs are great for getting into it and maybe getting your feet wet, but you're going to spend the money. I always see it. The money you spend putting into an RTR is still not as it's still
but actually like
the car.
But the MP9E doesn't look that bad, to be honest. It's one of
I just don't believe in those RTRs. That's my opinion.
It's not like a full-on RTR. It's kind of like a half RTR.
I mean, I would try it. I just wouldn't get caught up hopping it up. And he's got an older JQ buggy, and parts for that are going to be hard to get too.
Yeah.
So it's just about getting parts.
Basically, don't get caught up in staying with the car. Just use it as long as you have it. And then, if you buy electronics to it, you can always transfer them to a new car. So those are, I think, okay. But don't buy for just that specific car. Because RTRs are always kind of like that.
All right. So we have a couple of Discord questions. We're going to go through these real quick. Jay Wood wants to know, here's my super weird question. Why the hell does Coolcasting have a Gabon flag by his name in every live stream? I did not know what flag that was, but I did notice that. I will ask him next time I speak to him. I'll see him shortly, it looks like. Kakalakin, I guess that's how I say his name. Has the magic bullet for EU fuel been found yet? Following JQ's tuning device, which worked wonderfully with 25%, it felt like chasing the white whale ever since the fuel switched to me. I found changes that could get me closer, but I never managed to dial in engines as perfectly as I could with 25%. So here's what I'm going to say about this. I think they're going to make engines specifically for this fuel that are EU engines. I think that's what's happening. Because it's some point you can't tune out if that percent's a nitro. You gotta do some things internally to make them better. That's my thought on that.
It's like I don't think it requires a lot, to be honest. It's like little like ironing out of the engine, but I don't think it requires a lot because for me, I've been fine with the 12%. Haven't had like major issues. I don't know. I think in general, just like engine's gonna go like little updates and it will work fine. I think it's just like 12% is just harder to tune. It's smaller margin for error, and like that's gonna be the way they naturally are. It's not. I don't think it's about anything else. It's just like a natural thing about running less percentage of nitro in your fuel. It's like just a smaller window.
Okay, so I left this question for last because it's probably gonna be a science mode question for you, but it's come from C. Buckland. I have a general question. I'm interested in Mac's opinion. I'm reading many race reports that talk about how the setup was off to start, and by the end, it was good, but it was too late. Rutherford's last report from Montpellier is a good example. At what point does a car like a Mayako that is extremely adjustable become a disadvantage compared to a car with a smaller window? There isn't enough time to dial things in before results starts to matter, in my opinion. If you have a preconceived notion of how the track will be and miss the window, it's going to be tough to fix instantly. It's a matter of building a notebook of setups for all track conditions. Is it a matter of building up a notebook for setups for all track conditions and just hoping one wholesale change gets it close enough? I assume that's much harder to do while actively developing prototype parts and implementing changes.
Yeah. So I actually prepared a little bit for this question, in my mind at least. So I think it's not about the adjustability of a car. Like, there could be 2 settings for each thing in a car, 2 link locations, 2 arm locations, anything, and you have enough things to fuck up your setup. It's not about how much you can adjust. It's more about what you know is your base. So I think what often happens with guys like this is, like David. Okay, this is speculation because I don't know for a fact, but I expect when they went to Spain and tested a lot of stuff, he had another style of setup he was used to. Well, actually, I'm not speculating because he did say he had another style of setup. Okay, so David had another style of setup when he went to Montpellier than what he's used to. For example, at the Worlds or possibly the races before, I'd expect similar to the Euros, which he ran at World. So it's just that a lot of these racers, and me included, when we go out like testing, you're trying to find like a new thing in the setup, you're trying to find a new edge on the track you're testing on. You get the car better to your base setup on that track, but you don't have the experience of how that setup handles elsewhere. So, well, I'm just going to talk about this instance of David because I think this it's a good example of what he's asking. So, you go to this race, you're like, okay, the car is not handling the way it was handling when I was testing, and then you're trying to find ways to make that setup work. But the issue often is that in your mind, you're kind of thinking, okay, with my base setup, when I'm lacking this, I do this. So when I'm lacking rear grip, I lower the arm. Or when I want less initial steering, I like reduce droop. Whatever it is, it can be anything. But you have to kind of take a step back, look at the big picture every time. So when you're running more kick up in the front, for example, sometimes it might make the car calmer to run with stiffer springs because the car doesn't dive as much going into the corners. Sometimes when you're running low kick up, it actually is better just to run soft springs because then the car is like reacting better to the bumps and so on. So some things might work in the opposite way because there are things in the setup that are working against it. So what I expect happened to David and what I believe a lot of these other drivers have is they have a setup that is perfected for the area they're racing in. So guys who are racing SoCal have a certain style of setup because all of the tracks are rough. They have a lot of roost. The car, there's lots of bumps. It's slow speed. They have their base that they're used to. They go to another track. It's similar enough where they can just get away with few changes. Then they go to PMB, for example, and they're kind of just like working on the setup, trying to find things to make it work. Or then they just like completely revert to a setup from another driver and then try to work their way into a setup they like. So this is mainly the issue. Like you working in a window which works for a certain style of tracks, and you at some point there's a limit where you can't tune it enough to make it work. And oftentimes the best way to do it is find something that works okay everywhere, and then you just make little adjustments to make it work, on all conditions. And that you sacrifice maybe the performance on your home track, but then the setup will work at the other track, let's say PNB now. And by doing this for a long enough time, you will eventually be so comfortable with your driving, with the car, the way it's handling with that setup, the sort of characteristics of the car that are built into the setup. You're so one with them that you are eventually going to go faster like that. And that's what I'm pretty sure happened with David. And he did say after Montpellier that he's going back to his sort of base setup, the setup he ran at the Worlds, which he did get a great result out of. And that's mainly the thing with drivers that switch brands that they struggle with. They have every single race, they're kind of looking for a setup that works perfectly on the track, where instead they should be looking for sort of the base that they need to have in their setup where they can always be comfortable. And that's the difference between a Mayfield where he wins every race, where he basically most likely just runs the same setup everywhere with few minor tweaks to make it fit for that condition. And let's say Mayfield now, where he's with a new car, probably changing all kinds of stuff, never finding his base that he can truly trust and be comfortable with. And I think that's like the main thing about it, that you either have new parts, or like David, he went to testing in Spain, tried to find a new sort of philosophy of how to set up the car, perhaps. I know they were testing new parts as well. So things like that affect it. You're not comfortable with your base anymore. And that's why the whole through the race, you kind of chase the setup. And then in the end, it's kind of too late already. And you can ask almost any driver in Europe, especially because we have longer races, that after the race, they would have gone so much faster when they find stuff. Because there's more chances to tune it, you kind of tune it better. But in America, it's less common, to be honest, because the races are shorter. So no matter what you do, it's kind of like you have to just trust what you have. So yeah, to conclude, the reason why it happens is because the drivers are not driving within their base setup, or are trying something new, and they trying to kind of looking everywhere to solve it, and then they might be used to their base and they make the wrong decisions in setup until they find it. And those are the main things why it happens. And I've seen it happen to many drivers, of all levels, really. Even Joseph does this sometimes, even though I can
understand that. Also, I think with Ranafalk and what's going on with Mayako is that they are on a platform that's all these platforms are constantly changing, even in minor ways.
Yeah.
And they don't have, they're still building up their base of people. And a lot of these companies have a lot of really good drivers to pull information from too. So I think this is all a point of just, and it's just like building anything. And they, he's also made some changes in other parts of his program that he has to get used to.
Oh, so, yeah. The tires are a big change for sure.
Yeah, of course.
I remember when I was running AKA, compared AKA to J Concepts, in general, just that J Concepts tire is more forgiving. AKA might have more peak grip, be better on the line, but J Concept is overall just more forgiving. In no matter the thread pattern, no matter the compound, it's just a general nature of what type of tires they make and what's their philosophy of making tires. So maybe Matrix is not what David's used to. Maybe that's why he's struggling. Maybe he's trying something new. Maybe that's why he's struggling. There's many things that can happen. But the bottom line is most of these top guys do well when they have their base setup ready, and then they can just execute and be comfortable with the car. I personally do this. When I joined Mayako, I tested a lot of stuff initially, and then I kind of picked a way of how I know to set up a car that I can be comfortable with. And by the end of the summer, I was like really comfortable with my car. But if you don't have, that knowledge or clear set of understanding of you're going to sacrifice something for something else, and you know what you're doing, then it's much harder to do. And it's not like I can do it instantly either. Not like Joseph can do it instantly. No, it's not about knowledge only. It's also about, finding the things, finding the conditions that makes it work. And then you, like, Ongaro is a great example, and Mayfield with his Mugen time. Like those two, as far as I know, Ongaro pretty much always runs a very similar setup, and he drives a very specific driving style, and that's what he does well. In America, he doesn't do well because he cannot really execute that driving style and that setup, and it's pretty simple to put together.
I agree.
So there's definitely a lot of things here, but mainly it's just about knowing what you're working with your base setup, and then getting comfortable with it as a driver. Because most of it is just like, when you hit a bump, what the car is going to do next. If you drive a softer suspension or a shorter wheelbase than usual, then you don't know. You're kind of like guessing, and it makes you slow. So that's definitely, cool. I'd say, the big thing.
All right, dude, we had a lot of questions.
Yeah. Some people
I didn't watermelon seed you enough.
Yeah. Well, I think people commented that like I should make a segment of my own, just like for questions. We spent 1.5 hours on questions.
I know. Got a watermelon seed you, dude. Got a watermelon seed you. But thank you, everybody, for the questions. I know, you know what? I know a lot of people may not be interested in these, but you know what? That's why I put timestamps. Boop. You can go right to the interview.
Yeah.
And coming up next is the interview with Scotty Ernst. Thank you to everybody for the questions. We like them. I know everybody wants to get their questions answered too, right? So we try to do that as much as possible. So thank you for that. Thank you for BeachRC for the support. Remember, we have an affiliate link if you guys can use that. It helps us out a lot. We're going to go on to our Techno RC main interview of Scotty Ernst. It was a great chat with Scotty. And then Max and I are coming back. We're going to have a little conclusion. Maybe we'll do some hot laps too. So we'll see. With that said, thank you to Techno RC for all their support with the NNRC, one of our longtime sponsors. We thank them. It was great to see Matt talk to him. He has some great ideas. Things are looking positive, very positive with things with Raw and all that stuff. So very good.
Techno RC. Techno RC. Techno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.technorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Techno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Techno Takeover.
So if you don't know the gentleman to my virtual left here, then you don't really follow RC racing. I had the pleasure of working with him a couple times now, once as a race director, which was great to see because I never seen him work as that. And then recently at the Psycho Nitro as commentator, which was quite an honor for me to get to do it with a legend like him. But if you guys don't know, Scotty Ernst got some time off and decided to come on the podcast. Finally, we got you on her.
Finally, yeah. We've been talking about it for years since you started this. And just all the pieces work together, and glad we could finally have a chat.
Sure, for sure. I'm looking forward to it. We had some good chats over the time we spent at PNB calling the race. I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me there. It was good to see how you guys work, how you work, and I think it was pretty good. I think the people at home enjoyed it, and hopefully we get to do it again at some point.
Yeah, I think it went really well. It's always tough to start with a new co-host, you know what I mean? Because there's all the things that people don't think about that we obviously of now working there that make it a challenge. But I think we caught our stride pretty quick working together, and I think it was a very good broadcast. Obviously, the race was unique and fantastic, so that makes our job much easier. But it was a pleasure.
So I want people to understand. I just want people to know this is, I think, the second time I've worked where I'm not actually can see the track, right? I know you work like that a lot just off the screen. But in my previous times commentating, I was able to just see the track a little bit, so it makes it a little easier. But people can see, like during the Truggy main, I think we was both on our feet at one point, and like if you could have seen us, like I think our hands were going and everything was going. I mean, like we kind of got into it, like it was exciting, and like it was just, I mean, nobody could see us, but I mean, just the emotion from the race makes you get up off your feet, and yeah, I think that's great. Like the passion. If people could see that. Maybe we should have a secret cam in there while we're doing it. And like, I mean, your hands were good, my arms were good, and it was awesome. It was awesome to do that with you. We had some great racing, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But for you, it was your 10th event of the year, so you've been super busy. So that's 10 flights. That's from America, Europe, and Asia. You've been to all three of those places in, I think, almost twice already this year. Well, of course, in America, you travel in America all over the place.
Quite a bit, plus Australia too.
Yeah. And you're going back there in a week and a half. Well, in the following week, you're going to Philippine Masters, which is the end of April, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going there a bit early to try to help prepare, because this will be our biggest year for the Philippine Masters, and we just want everything to be as perfect as possible. Philippine Masters has always been such a unique race that it's part race and then a little bit more part fun with having the celebrities there, the world champions and stuff coming, being able to just socialize and hang out with the regular Joes. And I counted up yesterday, 16 nations coming to the Philippine Masters this year, which is our biggest international crowd. And it's just, it's a blast.
Also, this is the first race of the Asia Challenge, I believe, is this the first race?
Correct. This is going to be the first. Yeah, the first race of the Asian Buggy Championships. Right. It's something that I wanted to start before the world shut down, and obviously couldn't do it. So now that everything is pretty much back open in that region, I was like, all right, it's time to get this going. And we're going to be Philippine Masters, going to be the first race. And then the next race will be down in Australia in July, which sold out. We put a 200 entry cap and it sold out in 24 hours. So it's going to be really big. And then I hope the third race, we're still working on the location right now. It looks like it may be Indonesia. I'm going to talk to the guys down in the Philippines here from that track to try to put the pieces together to do it. And then if everything works out next year, then we're going to hopefully do 4 races next year.
Okay. So as we're recording this, we'll come out after, but we will have also we have Zach and Ben come on to talk about this. I pre-recorded that before I recorded this with you, so they touch on that. I did read Zach's stage 1 report. It was excellent. It was like he tells you everything you need. Yes, I mean, like he goes right down to the tires that you need for the track and everything in that one stage report. And I thought that was awesome. And he's very big on the coverage and getting things done, and I know he's planning that all out. You told me that you guys are going to be covering it as well, so it's going to be streamed with your team over there, which is really good. So I can't wait to see what you guys come up with, and much needed spotlight on that area of region of RC. Kind of been pushed to the background, especially during COVID. I think things were starting to get going before that, but now that it's opened up a bit more and people are going, it's good to see, because we need the Philippine Masters, and there's a whole big RC community over there that needs some spotlight.
Absolutely. It's a region, as you said, that doesn't really not talked about much. Obviously Europe has its big 8-scale races. America has plenty of them. I've always enjoyed doing races over in Asia. I started my Asian on-road championship, electric on-road series in 2013, that we traveled all over the region for many, many years. And I've always wanted to do 8-scale, and now we're able to do it. And I think it's going to expand. I think the industry is going to embrace it to really be able to give these guys their premier race series. There's plenty of talented drivers over there, and a lot of young guns that are up and coming. So I'm excited to go over there, meet a lot of the new people I haven't met. Ben and Zach and those guys are coming, and Edward and Clem and Ricky, all the guys from Philippines, they're all going to be there. But we're getting people from China and all over Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei and Sri Lanka and
nice.
Yeah, they're coming from all over. So I get the best part of my job is, getting to meet new people that all share the love we have for the hobby. And when we get to do that in a couple of weeks there in the Philippines, it's going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, because we all share that same passion, right? It doesn't matter where we're from.
Absolutely.
We all share that same passion.
What language we speak, it doesn't matter. We all share the love of the hobby and RC. And that's like I said, the best part of my job is getting to meet these people from all different walks of life, all corners of the world, all because RC cars. It's pretty humbling to me.
Yes, I agree. I enjoyed that as well. All right. Well, I need to start up because I need to know how you got started in this. You did tell me a little bit about when you came right out of the Navy. I'm sorry, when you came right out of high school, you went to the Navy. You did 4 years of that, which was great. But did you kind of get into RC prior to that, or did you find RC after that?
I found RC after that. When I was a kid, back in the day, there wasn't much RC cars. The only RC car I ever had was a little plastic toy one my mom got us that only turned to the left. So if you wanted to go right, you had to back up and back up. That was the only RC car I ever had when I was a kid. So it really never resonated with me. And when I was in the Navy, I remember I was in Yokosuka, Japan. There was a hobby shop there, and I walked down the street and I saw some helicopters and stuff in it, but it really never, I didn't go in, or I didn't like, wow, this is amazing.
Wow. Amazing.
I know. And then I got out of the Navy in the late 80s, we'll just say, in the end of 88. And I heard an ad on the radio for the local hobby shop, which had a indoor dirt track. So I walked into the hobby shop, into the racetrack, and I'm like, my God, what is this?
Really?
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And it was a bank dirt oval. And I remember the smell of tire additive and stuff like that when I walked in. And I was just absolutely taken back by it and just fell in love with that. And I remember standing at the counter looking, oh man, I didn't have much money. I just got a Navy. I really didn't have a job. I was living at home, my folks. And I just remember, if I save some money, I could get that one and get that one and get that one. And I was that consumer on that side of the counter that just, was starstruck by this.
Right.
And so it was amazing. So I ended up I didn't buy anything new. I bought a bunch of used stuff and bought a used Gold Tub RC10 converted for dirt oval, old Mangum Junior radio, a timer, a old ProTech 15-minute timer charger for the batteries. And that's how I got started. And I tell everybody, bowling was my hobby. When I was a kid, I bowled in the Navy. When I got out, I was bowling. And Friday nights, it didn't matter. I was bowling. And I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. I wasn't great by any means. I was just average, but I loved it. My brother and I did it. It was about as we grew up, my folks split up. They were divorced. My dad was a truck driver. He was on the road. So my brother and I kind of raised ourselves. Okay. And, we'd always go bowling. That's when you could take the city bus as a 10 or 12-year-old and damn everywhere, but we go bowling. So that was my hobby. I walked in and I found RC. I haven't touched a bowling ball since 88.
Really? No way.
So,
no.
Yeah. I've been a couple of times with my granddaughter and stuff, but yeah, I just absolutely fell in love with it, and that just became my new hobby, and just encompassed all of my life and just became my passion.
Yes, I see that. Obviously. But it's amazing that you actually saw this in Japan. You didn't get fazed by it. Like I think most people do, but it was the actual racing part of this that caught you.
Absolutely, it is. I'll never remember that. I'll never forget that hobby shop. The back street, about one block away from the Navy base, and old little, Japanese streets are kind of small and everything. Walking down that, we'd go to this local bar where we would go and eat noodles, yakisoba. That's what we'd eat. Like every day we'd get off base. If we're in there, we go to this little bar and they had laser disc. Remember, I don't know how old you remember the laser disc movies. They had some rock concerts like the Scorpions and stuff like that. So these would be playing at this bar restaurant. And I remember walking by the hobby shop all the time, and it never really wowed me. It was cool, but Yeah. So
interesting.
I wish I could go back because I definitely would have went and spent more time in that hobby shop back then.
All right. So you get your first used kits, you start racing. How long does it take before you are like obviously you're probably going head first into this, but what comes after that? Like how does it go from doing that to you becoming the owner of Trackside? Because I want to know how that all happened. And to, I guess, that is the first evolution. Let's get to that one, because you've had quite a few evolutions, like, from racer to track owner to RD to commentary to RC icon. So let's talk about that. The from seeing that dirt oval race to probably, I guess, was it Trackside came next after that?
Yeah, basically. So the track that I visited was Trackside,
okay,
owned by a previous owner, and that became my hobby. Fridays and Saturday, I was going up there and racing, and I really enjoyed it. I remember all the young kids that were there and, that were helping me. I remember there's this kid named Demetrius Pitchford, him and his dad, Coyle. Demetrius was, 12, 13 years old. And I remember always asking him, how do I set my gear mesh, on my RC10? I was learning because I didn't know anything. Right. And I absolutely loved it. It was dirt oval. I ended up winning my first, stock like series there that I did. Then, like I said, I didn't have any real money and everything. So I asked the local owner, hey, can I sweep the floors and take out the trash to get free racing? And he's like, okay. Yep. So I started doing that. Then he needed some help at the shop. So I started working behind the counter, and, that's where I did that. And then unfortunately he didn't run the business very well, and money went into till and it went out to till. So he was ready to go out of business, and I said, hey, you want to sell this? And he did. And I ended up taking it over with my family, and we kind of try to build it up on what I thought was important in business, and that was customer service. Mm-hmm. It's like anything. Everybody sells the same product pretty much for the same amount of money. So I needed to find a way to differentiate ourselves from the other racetracks and hobby shops in town. And I felt that customer service was the best way. So we did that. So I bought that in 93. So I'd raced 89 to 93, just kind of helping them out and stuff like that. And then in 93, we ended up buying it and took it over from there.
So what did you do differently from the previous to institute that customer care? What were some of the things that you probably did to boost it? It seems like it has a very healthy stream of racers there, because we was at PMB and there was a bunch of them from Trackside there. Yeah. So I assume it's in a region with a lot of people.
It is. We've built a great following up, and I ended up moving 2 times. So I got my first business lesson early when we first bought it in 93. I went to a meeting with the property manager, and I didn't have a lawyer. I wrote down notes, and I got the rough end of that deal. I remember November 30th, 1993, out of nighttime. It was late. Some guy walked in and says, you Scott Ernst? I'm like, yes, I am. Boom. Serve me papers.
Oh, wow.
You got 30 days to get out. So I'm a business owner for 8 months. I put everything I had and saved up to this time into the business, and I kicked out. So we had to get out. We moved to a not very good location, but we had ended up indoor carpet, mm-hmm. and started racing carpet oval and Tamiya road course back in the day. And then we moved to the current location, August of 2001. We moved there, which was on a prime street, great exposure, 2 racetracks. We had an indoor carpet track and the indoor dirt track. And it was, that's where it kind of began and really grew, and began to where it is now. I think one of the most recognized names, names of racetracks in the country. And the guys I sold it to, Jamie Tenney's, they've taken it and just continued on trying to build up what our family had did for so many years.
Yeah, I was surprised at how many people came down to PMB. So it looks, and I got to meet LW4, who you're super excited about, which is good to see.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that was great too to see how passionate he was about him. Like when he came in to talk to you, he was like, "Have you checked everything?" And he was like, "Yeah, this module wasn't working." And he goes, "Did you test it? Oh, hold on, let me message your father and tell him to go out there and test that right now because you need to be sure." I was like, "It's we need that. Like we need the older generation putting that type of encouragement into the younger generation, and it's good and passion. It's good to see, right? And he did well. He won, so that was great.
The Wright family is they've been around for a long, long time, and the whole family is part of the trackside gang. And to watch little Larry do so well and run so strong, and I'm sure if I go back and listen to that was probably the worst race I've ever announced. Second to only when my daughter Sarah Ann was racing,
Oh, really?
I'm sure I did a terrible job, but I mean, this is a kid that we watched grow up at trackside. He won a Tamiya little fighter buggy or something at the Tamiya race in 2000. I don't know. He was 2, I think, and he won this car in a raffle, and his family just got him racing right away. Got him a Slash right away when he was 3, and he was racing and bouncing it off the walls and everything. And racing is all this kid has known, and for them all to come down, and their family is such great folks. And the guy who helped him, Jerry Klingbeil, is kind of went out of his way to help little Larry with his cars and everything. And it's just a great family of people. And I was a bit emotional when he was doing so well. And it was a memorable moment, especially when we poured some water on him there at when you were doing the interviews. It was great.
Know, but I think we need that.
Absolutely.
We need to make these young racers feel like, hey, we want you here. We want you here. We want you to do well. And I wouldn't be mad. I'm waiting for the day when I see podiums of all young racers. And that's what I look forward to. That's what podiums get me excited. All right,
absolutely.
Let's transition into what you are now, which has become professional race director and commentary. I just wanted to state something, that there is a difference between race directing and commentary. So race directing is what I saw you do at Masters of Dirt, which is what race directors do, which is running the race, calling the race for racers, doing all that stuff, making sure it's management time. I watched you that, and I watched you pretty much sit up and do that the entire day. I wondered when you took bathroom breaks because I didn't see you do too many.
No, not too many. The bladder is trained to I can go way too long without go.
And commentary is more what we did at PNB, which is basically in a booth calling a race for the people at home, which is completely, in my opinion, two different things. Two different skill sets. Like I am not an RD. I don't think I ever want to do that because it's a very difficult job to monitor a lot of things and also be excited about the racing. So it's definitely a skill set that I don't have. It's too much going at once, I think. But you, Lance, I think Jimmy Babcock, all these guys who are iconic at doing that in this industry are very good at it. And then obviously you have also, I guess you're one of the guys that started this because I've been watching live RC since 2008 when they did the Worlds. And obviously I watch RC Racing TV, which has been around just as long, but you and Nick are the two guys that I have known to be probably the best commentators, which is also very important in growing our industry and growing our sport. But I guess I want to say it started with RD.
Right.
That you told me that started with Mike Reedy calling you up to do the first Reedy touring car race. And you was super pumped about that and whatnot. Do you remember what year that was?
It was 2001, I think, is when he called me, I think, for the 2002 race, somewhere about that. The older I get, the harder it is to remember. But that was like the big first significant one that I did and really changed everything. And you had mentioned earlier that the RD and the commentator are two different things, and they absolutely are. Being a race director at a major race is one of the most difficult jobs that we have in our industry. We just watched, Lance here this last weekend just run a absolute perfect event, just keeping things going with 700, almost 800 entries. And it's a tasking job for sure. So it's definitely a total different than just what we did, just commentating. It's easy. We don't have to worry about marshals. We don't have to worry, if it doesn't start our time, it's not on us. It's on them. So it's way less stress doing the commentary side. But when Mike went to hire me, it was to do the race director, the commentary, and everything, and that was stressful because at that time, next to the Worlds, the Reedy race still holds the most prestige, I think, of any major race, if in on-road or off-road back in the day. But to be able to do that, and it was a challenge for sure.
Yeah. And then obviously, did that instantly turn into like a job? Did you start getting more calls after that, or was it like a trickle in, or how did that work?
As I look back, I was still juggling. I had a full-time, I still worked a third shift job when I had the hobby shop for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When I had the hobby shop, I still worked third shift full time. So I was running the hobby shop full time. I had a full-time job, and then trying to get time off to go race direct and stuff like that made it a really big challenge. But that was kind of the beginning when Mike called me up and said, "Hey, Scotty, we'd like to, fly you out to the Reedy race. We'd like to, have you race direct and announce the Reedy race." And I always tell everybody, man, he said he was going to pay me, and I said, man, it was Mike Reedy. I'd have done it for free. I mean,
right.
A lot of the younger viewers don't know the legacy that Mike Reedy. You see the Reedy name of motors and batteries and speedos and stuff like that, and tied with Team Associated, but back in the day, Mike Reedy was as big of an icon in our industry as, there were. You think of the names of Bob Novak and Mike Reedy, Ernie Prevetti from Trinity, and the guys back in the day that truly were, pioneers in our industry. And once Mike asked me to do that, and I started doing it a few years, Mike and I became pretty close. We became good friends. And he did so much for me in my announcer career back before he asked me to come out and announce. When I still had trackside in our second location, Carpet On Road, I held a big race called Midwest Touring Car Championship, when touring car was really big and stuff like this. So this is 98, 99, 2000. And Mike, there was a big hobby shop in Chicago. I'd go and I'd promote it, hand out flyers and stuff like that. And we had some unique rules at the time with batteries and motors changing. And Mike called me up and said, "Hey, Scotty, I really like what you're doing for this race. I want to come out and I want to bring Mark Pavidis and Billy Easton with me."
Oh,
and
wow.
that changed everything.
Really?
It did, because David John, who worked for Tamiya, won the Royal National Championship with the Tamiya car back in the day. He had come to the race, I think, the year before. Paul Wynn from Schumacher came up when him and Adrian were running Schumacher USA down in Florida. So we had a couple kind of medium stars, but then all of a sudden Mike Reedy comes and brings Mark and Billy, and the race just exploded. So here I am, a nobody holding a race in the middle of Wisconsin in the back of a building on a carpet track. And we have, two of the arguably best drivers in the world come into the Midwest. And that it changed everything, as I said. And when I moved to our new location where the track is now, the race ended up turning into be called the Novak race. Mm-hmm. And it became the largest carpet race in the country next to Snowbirds. This was a race. And there was 3-4 years where it was a who's who.
Really?
John Kerr was there. Barry Baker was there. Chris Tosolini was there. Pavitas was there. Easton was there. Kinwald was there. Todd Hodge was there. It just went crazy. And this was Paul Lemieux's kind of home track. And Paul Lemieux was, the best at the time. It was just, it changed everything. So my relationship with Mike Reedy just grew and grew. And we became very good friends. And as he got into his later years, when he started, Parkinson's really started affecting him and stuff like that. I remember I was at a race in a hotel room, and we were just sitting there, and he was truing motors back in the day when you could, maintain, cut him on a comm, and he was so struggling. He says, "Scotty, I have to concentrate so hard to do this right now, where it used to come second nature from him." And yeah, our relationship really became pretty strong. And that's why, next to my dad and, my grandparents. Mike Reedy probably had the biggest influence in my life of any other man I've ever dealt with.
I'm sure that's awesome because he probably influenced a lot of people's lives.
He did, absolutely.
And influenced RC in such a great way. All of those guys you mentioned have influenced RC in a great way.
For sure.
So it's cool. All right. So moving on, you're getting these gigs, you're doing all this type of stuff. Is this when you start getting into more series races? You have I believe it's the race in Vegas, that the carpet race that you do. You have that one in Cleveland. Are these races that you're doing, or is it people? Or are you doing it in combination for people, or how does that work for you?
It's a bit of a mix. After I started doing the Reedy race and things were going well at trackside, Mike Boylan had a snowbird race, was still legendary and still going on, and a race that everybody, if you race on road or oval, you have to put on your bucket list because it's a great list. But I wanted to do a major event. I got a couple years of the Reedy race under my belt, so I started learning about promotion and watching other races, and there were other big races, but there was no pageantry or
right.
They weren't spectacular. So I thought, all right, where in America could we do a race that people from around the world would go?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, there's only two places, Orlando and Vegas. Mike Boylan already does the race in Orlando, so I couldn't do a race there. So I thought Vegas. So I went to Vegas and tried to put on a big race. So I went to the hotel, and we ended up doing it at the Stardust Hotel. And 2005 it was the first year of the International Indoor Champs, called it the IIC. And we rented a ballroom and everything. And I just wanted to make a spectacle for on-road. On-road was, as big as any form of racing is right now. On-road touring car that day was bigger. So, I mean, it's big. It was bigger then than 10-scale buggy is now. And you know how big 10-scale buggy is.
Wow, that's big.
Or whatever. I mean, it was massive. Everybody was doing it. The TC3 back then, Yokomo had cars, Losi had cars as the on-road went. And I wanted to have a spectacle and, and put banners everywhere so that my vision was sponsor a race and you get their name on a driver's stand banner or whatever. But that was about it. Maybe a few banners hung around. But I thought, all right, everybody there is taking pictures. That was sure before phones and everything, but they take a picture. When the media is there, Car Action was there, RC World from Japan was there, stuff like that. They'd take a picture of this car on the track. In the background, what should be there? To me, banners, sponsor banners. Mm-hmm. So we lined the racetrack perimeter with banners of all our sponsors. So every picture that was taken, every video, our sponsors were in it. And it's still to this day. You look at early videos from our races or pictures, those sponsors, many of them not around anymore, but that's what I wanted, to give as much exposure to sponsors as possible. So we did that. So we did that and just try to really make a spectacle of the race. And we had the best in the world. I don't know how many world champions were there. I got a great picture. Where is it up here? I think it's, I got 6 world champions up there. So that was 2016 Vegas. Yili Scrouskamp, Andy Moore, Mark Reinhardt, Alexander Hagberg, Bruno Queno, Ronald Volker. That's one of my favorite pictures. That I had a race with 6 world champions at our race, and it was awesome. So it grew and grew. They tore the Stardust down after the first year, so we ended up moving to the South Coast, South Point. Then we ended up finishing at the Riviera for so many years, and it just became that race that people wanted to travel to from around the world, because no matter how your race goes, you're in Vegas. Just like the Silver State coming up next month. You know what I mean? You go there for the race, but if your car breaks every race or whatever, you're still in Vegas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not all bad. And it doesn't matter what you do in Vegas. There's plenty of fun stuff to do in Vegas without gambling and drinking and stuff like that. There's plenty to do. So that was kind of our thinking. I had done some races in Europe back during that time, and they use timetables over there. So, it starts at 8:08, 8:60, just, timetable. So I was like the first American race to really do a timetable. So every time guys would come in the next morning, I printed out a couple hundred schedules and had the daily schedule on everybody's pit table. So if you were in race 28, you knew at 2:08 you were going to be up So you could go to the casino, you could go take a break, you could go have dinner or lunch or whatever, and be back on time for your scheduled race. Because we had so many entries, 600-700 on-road entries, it's 3-4 hours between your heats.
Yep.
So we did that, and that's just part of the coolness that made the race, so special, and kind of got my feet wet in organizing events. And then from there, it just kind of exploded. Came up with some other ideas, started the ETS, European Touring Series. I was at a race out in Europe. I don't even remember what year we started. It's been so long, but 16 years ago. So 14 or so years ago, I was hired to just come and commentate a race over in Europe. And it was a good race and things like that. And I said to Uwe Reinhardt, Mark Reinhardt's father, I said, hey, what do you think? We do a series. So I had this idea that I pitched to Uwe, and I said, hey, we could do this. Put on a race. He lived in Germany, so he had all the contacts there. Obviously, I could do the race directing and commentating and everything. And, that just exploded. And then boom, 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 more things. And I really got to enjoy directing and organizing races also.
Yeah, I didn't realize that ETS came first.
ETS. Yeah, ETS was first. They had the IIC, so the Vegas race, Reedy Race, Vegas race, and then it's 2007, 8, something like that. I pitched the idea to Uwe, and we became partners. And so then the ETS started, and that was a tough start. Oh boy,
yeah.
I'll be honest, the IFMAR folks over in Europe,
they fought you. Black race. That's what they call it.
What's that?
They call those black races, what they used to.
Exactly right. They were not fans of Scotty Ernst when I come over there, because races over there were all quiet. No commentating, computer ran everything.
Oh, that's right. That's absolute right.
There was no excitement. There was just quiet.
Yes.
And here comes this loudmouth American coming over there, playing music and laughing and having fun, high-fiving guys after they did a good job marshaling and stuff like that. And yeah, the first 2 years they called us black races. They'll deny they say it, but it was proven. There was emails, there was messages put out that if you would attend the ETS race on the same weekend that there was a FRCC or something like that, they threatened to take your license away and stuff like that. So it was a tough few years, and they were winning. I think we had a race in Denmark. We ended up being 29 entries.
Oh, wow.
And I think there was like 20 people there. Some guys ran 2 classes, and it was, we were like, man, they almost won, but thankfully the racers really enjoyed something different. They had fun, and now it's grown to where it is today. So it's cool to look back, scary at sometimes, but it was great.
I didn't know that. And I remember, now that you mention it about being quiet at these electric races, I remember Joseph was saying that when him and Max went to the 10 scale Euros, and like nobody could make any noise.
Right.
And I was like, what? Like how is people supposed to enjoy this? And they said it's too much coaching. It's coaching or whatnot.
Yes. See that? Yes, exactly. It's coaching. And that's what they would. I remember the first, I don't remember what it was, first EFRA race I went to. Mark, a gentleman named Marcus hired me. I think it was Austria. I got to go do my first where I was hired as a commentator. I had been doing this now a few years in Europe, so people were getting used to me. But yeah, they wouldn't let me call lap times. They don't let you call the pace, the estimated pace, nothing like that, because they said it was coaching. And so that was one of the biggest challenges that we faced, and thankfully, it's worked out, and everybody.
Yeah, because look how things changed. I mean, he literally was doing the MKGP a couple of weeks ago. That was fully supported by the BRCA and streamed by their media team. Exactly. That's awesome. That's what happens to get new people in.
Well, correct. And that's the BRCA. For the folks that don't know, the BRCA is like the sanctioning body of the UK. We have ROAR here. There's EFRA that encompasses all of Europe. There's FEMCA that does Australian, kind of Asian. There's FAMAR that does South America and the Middle East. So each one has its own sanctioning body. And the BRCA, I've said it many times, they are the best of all the sanctioning bodies, absolutely the best in what they do. There's some new guys that have got involved in it. Darren and Matt and the guys, and just absolutely A+. They get it. Their biggest concerns are club members, the clubs, and getting new people and youth into it. And we're at this MKGP that Lefty just mentioned. It was in one of the biggest shopping malls in London. And the Silverstone Club, Paul and his gang, set up this racetrack right in the middle of the venue, surrounded by all these stores. And tens of thousands of people are walking around standing there. And the BRCA has a tent set up, and they have a little try-me tracker. They call it a have a go. Come on over and have a go. They got some Schumacher little GT12 slowed really down so anybody could come up for free. You let people do it. And it was brilliant and just one of the greatest events I've ever been involved in. And the BRCA is, I think they're leading the way in what they're doing and their vision and stuff like that. I know here in America, our new Roar president, Clayton, he's embracing those ideas and trying to move forward for Roar to make Roar better. We surely need some help in this because Roar has then definitely been struggling through the years to try to get new members and grow and get tracks to be affiliates with them and have a desire to be involved with them. So I think Clayton is on a good way for sure. His heart's in the right place. I give him props that he's an on-road racer and a really good electric on-road racer, but he's been going to off-road races. He's been going to crawling events. He's just going to try to learn more about the hobbies and talk to the racers to learn more. So I think Roar is moving in the right direction. Absolutely.
Yes. And when I got out and talked to people at PMB, like just regular racers, manufacturers, people are excited right now. There's a positive buzz and vibe right now about Raw, which I haven't seen since I've been involved in this. So that's great to see. And yeah, I am a firm believer in federations, and I think that we need them. I think they should be leading the charge when it comes to promoting this hobby, and the manufacturers and we as racers should get behind them. So
absolutely,
that's what I believe.
I think we need to, and I hope Clayton can move it forward because it needs to be. We need to support. We need to support our sanctioning body, and it's tough because the thing a lot of people don't realize is when these sanctioning bodies were built and they were formed years ago, it was 20, 30 years ago when people had lots of free time. We all work 8 days a week, 30 hours a day right now. Nobody has the time to volunteer to get home from your working your full day and you got family and then try to put in 2-3 hours of volunteer to do all that. So it makes it a big challenge. I'm a big believer that I think in many ways these organizations could be run like a business and businesses have to work to succeed. And I think we're all doing. I mean, people complain about paying $35 or $40 for a membership fee for a full year. But I think if our sanctioning body gave more to us, I'll pay $50. I don't mind. I mean, we've all, anybody in this RC that complains about $35 or paying $20 to go race, they've all spent $30 on a bag of blue screws at their hobby shop. You know what I mean? So to put an extra $20 into the kitty here to be a membership and to help improve our racing, I'm all for it. And I think could be, and that could help because as you said, they should be the ones that help in the clubs when there's a big race like a Roar Nationals or a Worlds or something like that. They should be the one helping the organizer. And anybody that knows anybody that's organized a world championship or anything, it's a lose money situation. You can't. A bunch of people wanted me to organize a 12 scale worlds that's coming this year. So last year I looked into it. I looked into getting space in Vegas. I looked at doing it up at the Mall of America in Minnesota. And I reached out to the former people of Roar and I says, hey, what can you guys do to help me? And it was pretty much, we'll give you a couple guys to help run tech. I'm like, come on, you guys need to reach out to the industry and help get the sponsorship to be able to do this. You know what I mean? Help prepare the stage 1 report, all these things to do. And I think if our sanctioning body does that, get somebody to help with the marketing and things like that, I think the manufacturers will start supporting more and be more involved. And I think it's just a snowball that'll start rolling will get better and better and better.
Yeah, I agree. The manufacturers that I talked to are excited and they want to be involved. So They're reaching out as well to Clayton, which is good. And yeah, we just have to. It takes time, and we have to be supportive. And when they do, it's simple. When they do good things, you praise them. When they mess up, you let them know too. That's how things get better. That's how I look at it. All right, let's switch over to commentary, because this is becoming something that I feel like these big races, they give back by putting on these great live streams, which then get more RC out into the algorithms and more chance of being picked up by people. But the first live stream I ever saw was actually the 2008 Worlds from Charlotte. You told me it was the first live RC event, and I just remember watching this and this janky, like I had my little rental bike here in the Dominican Republic, had this janky internet. And I was just trying to watch this, and I was just sitting there, like, no matter how bad the internet was, just amazed at this production. Like, we went from where we would wait 6 months to a year for a DVD of one of these races,
right? Or to come out in a car action magazine,
Yeah, or come out in a car action magazine to actually watching this, being able to chat to people while you guys are doing it. I still go back and watch this race sometimes because I thought it was such a great event. I told you I've been a bonus lap member, I think, ever since then.
Yeah.
And was that your first time doing actual commentary for a race?
For live, or when I just for TV and everything like that? Yeah. It was. It was, the first one. I had been hired to, commentate just other races, but nothing on this scale where I had to do interviews and, I had no TV training presence or stuff like that. So it was a challenge on all levels, from the live RC challenge to Charlie and I. My co-host is Charlie Swanka, who was working for Novak he was the face of Novak for so many years, and now he works at Hobbywing. But this was the first time we worked together in a TV kind of environment. He's been one of my dearest friends for most of his life. I mean, he started racing with his dad at trackside. They live down in Lakeville, Illinois, which is an hour and so south of Milwaukee. And so we had been friends, and that's what helped a lot, because being our first time, I knew him, he knew me. So we knew how to talk and pass things, and we had stories to tell, things like that. But there was no training for us. We just jumped both feet in the fire, and Brandon Rohde and Eric Jensen, the guys from Live RC, this was a massive deal. This World Championships in America for 8-scale buggy, it's obviously the biggest, and it was just an amazing challenge. We can look back now and laugh about all the adversity that we faced, but the internet was not
what it is today.
No. So the internet we had at the track was supposed to be great and everything, and it was not very good. And then we had problems, and Brandon and the gang tried to figure out what to do. So they ended up Eric Jensen, who is the executive producer kind of things now. They booked a one-way ticket to Ohio, flew him on a plane to Ohio. They rented a satellite truck, a big van with a big satellite antenna that raises off the roof. Drove that, and that's how we got internet for this World Championships. And there's stories upon stories. It rained terribly. There was mud everywhere. You look at the videos, and we're in ponchos, and the guys doing crazy stuff to their car to get them to work. But it all made for just a brilliant broadcast, because
it was awesome.
It was great.
I go back and watch that, and just like this, for the first time ever, this was just like you guys said, like, it was good. Like, I mean, at that time too, we just never seen nothing like that. And the ability to see this. And then I think that was just like, after that, it was just, I remember, like, it wasn't as many big races. So then we got Silver State, and then we did this, and then we did that. And then it just went to the world, like, more events. And I'm so glad that happened, because we needed it. Like, it started to bring the community together a little bit more, because now we can, we just was able to communicate and watch races together. And man, that it all started right there. That's what people don't understand. It all started right there, for me anyway.
For a lot of us. I mean, I look back, and when I do watch it, I look at some of the ways Charlie and I interacted and how we acted on camera. I mean, we were as rookies and novices as anybody grabbing a radio for the first time. We had no idea what to do, and how to do interviews and things like that. But it all came together somehow. And I think maybe the newness and the rawness of it really helped make it, as you said, viewers around the world could watch, the greatest 8-scale racers in the world for the first time live. And it really made for something special. And we can go back now and we can laugh about it and look at it and to see where it's gone now and now where we are. What you and I just did, the Psycho Nitro Blast and everything. It's just amazing the history that Live RC has and where it's come from the start to where it is now. And now other people are streaming in different ways. And as you said, Nick and Matt from RCTV over in England, they started doing their thing to cover all the races in Europe. And awesome. So the world was really covered with our coverage of RC, and it's great to be part of the beginning of that.
Yeah, you guys started it, I think, and it's good to see it's still around. I mean, which one? So how many worlds have you commentated on? That's a good question. Do you know?
I was thinking about that when we were hosting last week. I need to go back and think, because I really don't know. The first one was 2003 World Championships in Ohio, the 1/8 on road.
Okay.
That was the first one where I got hired to come and just announce. And it was funny. We go back to, we're talking about the black races and commentary and not coaching and everything. I remember Sander de Graaf was the race director. He was kind of in the scoring area with me. And I'm doing my thing, pit stops are coming, so I'm getting excited and blah, blah, blah. And the guy, the team manager, whatever, from France comes over, and it was an outside scoring area in a wooden structure and everything, maybe 6 feet off the ground. So you were pretty close. And he comes over and he starts yelling at Saunders and everything about what I'm doing, just commentating, doing my thing. And I kind of look at Saunders like, am I doing something wrong? And Saunders like, nope, just keep doing what you're doing. So I met
him at the Worlds.
Yeah. He's been part of World Championships for, decades now. That was 2003. And he had already been experienced at doing it for so long. So I think he did it, way back in the day when John Grant was the IFMAR president. And then when Dallas took over, he's the Nitro guy. And you go to a Nitro race now. It was in Thailand, in November for the 200 millimeter.
He was there.
Saunders is the man. We got, what's the next one coming up? The GT Worlds in Australia later this year. I think he's listed as the race director. Saunders been doing this probably longer than I've been in the hobby. So he's been part of a long time. So that was the first one. And how many I've done, I really need to do that, because it's a bit of pride that I have, for sure, that I've been blessed to be able to do it. But
your favorite one? What's your most memorable worlds? There we go. We'll do that one.
Oh boy. Oh, now you're putting me on the spot there, partner. All
right, you can name one and say for what reason it was memorable.
Well, 2008 Worlds in Bangkok, Thailand. When Mark Rana and Sushihara went at it, Mark passed him on the curbing. That was an epic one. Spencer's Rivkin's race at Yatabe Arena, being able to be at the legendary Yatabe Arena, calling a world championship, maybe the most haloed venue of our world of racing. It's the Le Mans, it's the Daytona Speedway. It's just such a historic place to be there and be able to call a worlds was amazing. Being able to travel to South Africa to go there, to welcome South Africa and be at such a faraway land to be able to do it. They all hold a real special place in my heart, for sure. So it wouldn't be fair to say one or the other, but those are the ones. Then heck, I went to China and I was doing it in China. Mm-hmm. All because of RC cars. It's just, I think about it any time. I'm like, wow, I was there all because I got into the hobby. I walked into a hobby shop in 1988, found RC, bought a shop, and this is where it's taken us. And it's still just amazing and humbling to me, for sure.
Awesome. How about non-worlds race? Like, what race do you look forward to going to every year, which has that atmosphere that, just maybe just have that little extra oomph, I would say?
Oh man, all these tough questions here, put me on a spot. I mean, it's the races that I organize are obviously hold a special place in my heart.
Mhm.
The indoor champs, which is the 12 scale race that gets held in Cleveland. It's the longest running race in our world of racing, 43 years or so. And a few years ago, the people that were running it didn't want to do it anymore. And Paul Lemieux took it over from Motive and Gravity RC. And then Paul asked me to be involved and kind of do the organizing and facilitating of the race and commentating. So, this is a race I raced at a long time ago that I watched, and I always read in car action and stuff like that. And it's the longest, like I said, longest learning race, but 12 scale has always been a favorite of mine.
Okay.
So to be able to be part of that race is pretty special to me. And because of the history of it. The ETS races in that series and now the EOS races, those again hold a special place in my heart because I'm part of the team that runs them and everything. So those are always, amazing to have all the, every race you end up having 3-4 world champions there.
Mhm.
So that one's always good, but the ones overseas are really special too, because as I mentioned earlier, I get to meet so many people from different regions of the world, speak different languages and stuff like that, go to exotic places that I get to go. And I just named off some of, I've been to South Africa and Thailand and China and, all these places because of the hobby. So the races I get to do overseas, I think are special also, again, for those reasons. Plus it's just, I think being an American, I can bring something a bit different to the races and do. But there's so many races that I've had the pleasure of doing that really stand out, just amazing races. And, I'm blessed to be able to do this. It's not a job, you and I kind of talked about that last week. You know what I mean? This is what we do. And we could be out digging a ditch and stuff like that, and this is what we're able to do. So any race I can do, I'm pretty happy to be able to do.
RC is awesome. RC is awesome. But you have a special spot for Asia. You like it over there. You go to a lot of races over there. You talk very highly about the RC scene over there. What is it about Asia that really has appealed to you?
I think, first of all, when I got in the Navy, I went over to Asia and I spent my most molding years of my life there, 18, 19, 20, 21, when I was just becoming a man and everything. So I fell in love with the culture that's over there. Like Japan's, one of my two favorite places to go to. It's so orderly and disciplined and respectful. Respect's a big thing in my life, from the way my father raised me to being in the military. Respect is a big thing and something that I appreciate. And when I see it, it's something. So, I mean, I really love things over there. And then, I spent time in the Philippines and I really love the culture over there and the way people live over there. It's amazing. I call it the Beaver Cleaver years, when it was the 50s here and the kids still respected the parents still respected their parents. That's the way of life, over there in the Philippines. And, they have, very poor people, middle class and very rich people and things like that. But you see very poor people living on the street in a cardboard box and in blankets and stuff like that. But they're as happy as can be because they have their family and they have God in their life and they're at peace. They're happy. And, that gets lost a lot, I think, in the keeping up with the Joneses kind of mentality we have here in America. And I enjoy some of the simple things and just different culture. And it's so different over there than Europe. Europe obviously is, so much of America is based from Europe. But when you go over to Asia and it's so different, you go to Singapore or, Kuala Lumpur, stuff like that I've been to. I mean, it's just so different. And maybe that's why I like it so much. And as for the races, they never really had their big major races like they do in Europe or we have in America. So when I came up with the idea to do the on-road scene, Asian on-road championship back in 2013, I think, is when we started it. You know, it was to give something special to them and in that region, and it really just taken off. And now we're going to do the Asian Buggy Championship, do 8 scale, and that should just absolutely explode. So I'm really excited to see where that goes through the year. So I really enjoy doing big events over there in that region.
Yeah, I really want to get to the Philippines, Thailand, those places myself. I know I like it over there. The Philippines seems very similar to her, very similar exchange rate, prices, way of life, I would say. So it like when people, I work for my Filipino mates, they would tell me prices and stuff that they pay. I said, it's just like the DR. Same. Well, it was Spanish. They're Spanish, both Spanish cultures that had a native people. So, and yeah, one day I'll get over there.
Yeah, I hope you can do it. We joked about it, during the broadcast, you come over and everything, and it's great. Everybody speaks English. If you're under 70 years old, English is everybody's second language. So it makes it less of a challenge if it's going to be your first like real international place you go to. It makes it much easier. Like when you go to Thailand or whatever, not all the taxi drivers speak any English, stuff like that. So that makes it a challenge. But
yes,
Philippine, you go to 7-Eleven or a restaurant or whatever, everybody speaks English. So that makes it
very nice people. Very nice people. They're very nice people too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice people. Very nice people. All right. So as an RD, I have to ask this: what format do you prefer? Do you prefer? What is your ideal form? I guess let's talk about that, because we have different formats. We use the ABC mains in America. Over in Europe, they use the ladder mains. Or do you have a format that you would like to see implemented that you prefer?
What do I like better? It really depends on, I think the ABC, like we have in America, simplifies things, makes it easier for most people to understand, especially new people. The Christmas tree format, if you have enough racers to do it, then it works well. But I've been to events where they absolutely insist on doing it, and they have a semi, a quarter, and an eighth maybe. And that's just not enough, in my opinion, to do it. You need to go down to the 164th or 232nd, whatever it is, all the way down the bracket. Right. The thing I don't like about the Christmas tree format is you got a guy that absolutely dominates qualifying. Hands down, dominates. Absolutely should be TQ, should be starting in the final. And then they go to the semi and somehow, like Elliot Boots in Argentina. Just dominated. He was the man. And what, did he break a servo or servo arm or something on the first lap or something like that. You know what I mean? And he's out. So that's what I don't like about that format. But if you talk to the racers, most racers are cool with it.
Right.
If I had to do a race and it was my race and I was organizing that, I would say TQ is locked into the championship final regardless. They race in the semis, but if something happens and they don't make it, they start dead last in the championship
agree with that.
final.
I think that's fair.
They're in the final. They can race and earn the pole or second, but if they break and they don't make it, then they start dead last. And I think that's a cool way. It probably doesn't, the people that are very old school and like the old way of doing it, they wouldn't agree. But I think that would be a
Brandon Melton does that with his Brandon Melton, Southeast Racer. He did that with he had a series like in the South, and he did it that way. He did ladder style, and he did exactly what you're saying. And it also gives that TQ guy a chance to get track time like the other guys with the semi. Yeah,
correct. So I think it's got its ways. I'm a big fan of lap races. In the early years of trackside, we ran a lot of events, just local club races and things like that were all lap based races. And I remember when we went to the Manufacturers Cup in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and Rick McCurry and his team, they had this big race in front of thousands of people. And as you know, Lefty, most people don't understand our form of racing. And anybody knows racing, they know from a green flag to a checkered flag, X amount of laps. Right. And they did their race like that with lap times. And it, as a commentator, it works great. Can you say, okay, you got 5 laps to go, 3 laps, and you can break it down like that. So those are I like lap races. RCGP did that, for for theirs. And, that is cool. I like our lap races. So I think each one has its own plus or minuses of that.
Manufacturer's Cup was awesome. We have not seen anything to that level since then, unfortunately.
No, not at all. That was, I'll go on saying, the greatest 8-scale buggy race, probably ever.
Yeah, simple track, very few jumps, big audience.
Yeah, it was an amazing event. Rick McCreary and his crew just did a fantastic job. They told everybody in this little town this weekend on Saturday or whatever, Sunday, whatever day we in Maine, this is the day you want to go. And They sold it, and it was just amazing. It had such a motocross feel because they had hay bales and scaffolding and the pros, and they worked with the local Honda dealer. They gave away a 4-wheel drive. The monster truck guys were racing for a pit bike, and Truey win buggy? I think he won a 250 or 450, and Mayfield won a 4-wheel drive.
I think even if you won like Sportsman, you got a 1-year sponsorship from like TLR or whatever. So
that's exactly right. You're right. I forgot about that. They're right. So it was next level, and a race that will always be talked about. At least anybody ask me about one of the greatest races I think about. The Manufacturers Cup was next level, and
big.
Oh, it was, and I went there as a racer. My daughter Sarah Ann and I, we went there as a racer, and Jimmy Babcock was the announcer. And again, this was a big outdoor rodeo area and everything. And Jimmy was running the race, and after the second day or whatever, he kind of lost his voice. And
you have to go up and do it.
The guys came over to me like, "Hey, Scotty, buddy, pal, hey, how you doing? Hey, can you help us out?" And of course, I'm going to help out. So a bunch of the gang kind of took over from my pit dad duties and took care of Sarah Ann, and I ended up, commentating everything. And you asked me about memorable races, and I didn't bring this up, but this race was one of them because they ran monster truck. Steve Slade and Mike Batal, that was in the T-Max days,
Yes, I remember those guys.
And they had a monster truck class. And it's probably one of my proudest moments. As corny and goofy as this sounds, these people, that were 3,000 people spectating, watching this race, monster trucks, not the most nimble of, vehicles and everything. But these people were hooting and hollering. I had them cheering for these guys that were having an epic race with monster trucks. And I'll never forget that. These people had no idea what they were watching. They didn't know who these guys were, but they were cheering over this big 40-foot tabletop when Mike and Steve were jumping it and everything, and they were going crazy for monster truck. And that's just why it makes that race so iconic and so amazing.
Yeah, I had Rick on her a few years ago, and he told me all about it. And he said that they actually went, like, they were going around giving out tickets to people, like saying, "Hey, these tickets really cost this much, but here you go." Or they went on the radio station and like gave away giveaways. So they kind of treated this bigger than what it was. So whenever anybody tells me that RC is not a spectator sport, I have to agree. How we do it right now, it isn't. But it can be if you put the effort, you put the passion, and you use the imagination, and you treat it like it's big. And that's exactly what they're on. The only issue is it's expensive, and it takes a lot of time, and it's hard to do everything like that.
Correct. It really is. And they found a good formula to do it. They made the mains just long enough where they weren't boring. It wasn't an hour-long main, so there was constant action going. And it, like you said, they went out and sold it to the town and the world there that, this is what you need to do. And it paid dividends because it was, it'll go down as one of the greatest 8-scale races ever.
Yes, I agree. And if you guys want to look for anything, just look up Manufacturers Cup. It's some old video, and just go look at the amount of people at this race, and you will be like,
great. What was that? 2008,
2009. All right, good segue. You brought it up, RCGP. So you were a part of the original group of people. I thought they got a very good media team going together there with you being involved, especially like the American side. You left after the first event. We talked about it on the podcast. When I saw you at Masters, me and I had to talk about it. I guess I kind of want to get your thoughts on when you first heard about it, because we still don't really have this yet. either in RC. I desperately think we need a series for the top guys and all that stuff. So tell us a little bit about that when you heard about RCGP and your thoughts on it when you heard it. Do you still, you can talk about your departure as well. And do you still think that we need this type of series in RC? Because I still think we need it, or something similar.
I knew you were going to bring this up. You know that.
Yeah, I have to, because I want to get your side of the story, you know?
Yeah, there's two sides to every story, right? You know, it takes two people to dance and things like that. So when David and JQ and the guy pitched the idea to me, you know what I mean? I was like, yeah, great idea. I really, I think it was at the core where it started and everything was fantastic. I think it would a good way to kind of do something different and really go on a kind of global scale and things like that. And, you know, I was honored. They asked me to kind of be part of it. And they hired me to be the track announcer there. And we had the first race. It was in the Philippines, and it was fantastic. Just a great event. It had a really good vibe. Obviously, just you had so many big names there and everything. It just really worked and was for a really good experience. Race. It was a great race and things like that. On the ground there, though, kind of behind the scenes, there was a lot of struggles and things like that they had trying to logistics and facilitate everything, and it made for a very big challenge. You know, during the event itself, in front of the cameras, it was great, but you know, behind the cameras, there was a lot of challenge, but it was still a great race, and a lot of people had a good time. And when they had hired me, you know, they said, Scotty, we'll do this. We'll hire you for the 4 races and things like that. And as I always do, when I commit to something, it's not a money up front kind of, I'm old school, you know, kind of handshake. We had a contract and stuff like that. And so then I had those 4 weekends booked. And as it was before the year, it's kind of as much like it is right now. I get lots of requests to do events and stuff like that. And I had some clashes that, you know, events wanted to hire me, but they were on RCGP weekends. And I said, no, I'm committed to RCGP, so I can't do it. And then after we had the first race in the Philippines, and I was, I don't remember how long it was afterwards. I was over in Europe during a race, and I got an email from them saying, Scotty, unfortunately, I'm sorry, we can't use you, you know, at the next race. I was like, wow. I was pretty shocked, and I felt really bad. Like, all right, this is not right. You know, I shouldn't do it. And I'm not a person that has conflict or stuff like that. There's too much drama in the world and stuff like that. But I felt, all right, this was really, really unfortunate. It hurt me financially because I've turned away gigs throughout the rest of the years on those RCGP dates.
Yes. And
unfortunately, I didn't know what to do. And I was like, wow, this is really bad. And they used me, my likeness, my name, my reputation in their pitching of the RCGP to all the manufacturers, you know, and, you know, they asked for a lot of money from the manufacturers to produce this event. And they used like I said, my name and reputation that I believe in this and I'm part of it and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, that's kind of a disservice to the companies that put all this money in, you know, to do it. And now I'm not going to be involved in it. I'm not saying that I made it better. It's just, it's what they sold to the industry.
Right.
And I was like, no, that's not right. So I was with my friend O'Sheen from Red RC, and at this, I think it was the ETS we were at. I was like, man, this is what's going on. And like, you know, I felt I need to say something to the industry. And so I wrote up a little blurb that we posted online. And unfortunately, like all things do, there's some confrontation and disagreements that my side of the story was different from theirs. And it came down to just a simple, honestly, if they would have reworded the email differently, none of it would have went wrong. Because they didn't say, Scotty, we can't use you in Austria because entries are so low. We just don't have the budget to do it.
It was very low.
They just said, Scotty, we just can't use you. And they didn't say, you know, that's just say we just can't use you
Right, I understand. I understand.
And I read it, and I was like, "Oh my good." So it's unfortunate. If they would have said, "Hey, we can't use this one, but hopefully the next two are going to work out," that'd have been awesome. But
yes,
it's unfortunate. And
I also think that
was great.
I also think these type of conversations are best maybe held over a phone call too.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. It would have been email. Like when you break up with somebody or whatever, you say in a text. Business dealings need to be made on a phone call, not by email. So it's unfortunate because it just made a big angst and more negative spotlight at RCGP than it needed.
I would agree there. It definitely it kind of took away because I think he was like the only American involved at that time, and,
right?
It took away from that. And it was not good publicity for RCGP.
No.
And I understand, like when we talked at Masters, I understood what you meant. I said, I understand. Remember when I said, I get it.
Yeah.
And, but I definitely think that could have been handled with a phone call and all of this could have been avoided. But that's just how it goes sometimes. And
unfortunately it is. And, David Isherwood, the guy who's kind of the man kind of behind the scenes that does it, great guy and everything. And we work together great. JQ is JQ. You know what I mean? There's good and bad sides. I always tell everybody
crumbles like a Rico biscuit.
You love that when I said that there. I love it. But I tell everybody, JQ and I don't get along. That's no secret. I have the utmost respect for him from the standpoint of he had a dream of starting his own car company.
Mm-hmm.
He did it. He made it happen. I have nothing but respect for that. Absolutely. The way he handles it in his communication and kind of the way he disrespects people and stuff like that. That's what I personally have a problem with. And we had some problems in the Philippines and things like that. So that's my problem I had with him. But like I said, I respect what he did with, his car company and everything and making it happen. And it's unfortunate things just didn't pan out. Like,
don't worry, you're not the only one that doesn't get along with JQ.
Well, right, exactly. But that's him. If we were all the same in the world, it'd be a boring place. So,
yes,
he has his way that he handles and he talks to people and runs his business and stuff like that. And that's, that's his prerogative and everything like that. But, it was unfortunate that RCGP, we just couldn't continue with it. And I wasn't part of it anymore. So that's the unfortunate side, but, the concept and everything was good. I think, it had some great races, but unfortunately it, wasn't able to
do you think we'll see something like this though? I mean, it's something a lot of the pro drivers call for. We heard this over and over. Do you think we'll see, because it just hasn't really happened? And I know Joey tried to do it with and Brandon are trying to do it with the MAO, is it MAO? No, MOA.
The Visions race at Mid America Outdoors. Right. Mm-hmm. The event we do there at Jay, Oklahoma. Yeah. I mean, that's awesome because it's showcase and it was on TV and that's amazing. We have talked about it for decades, trying to get RC on TV, and it finally did. And I really got felt the weight of this. I got a text from a good friend, Ryan, was in somewhere in Nevada, not Vegas. He was somewhere in Nevada in one of the other kind of tourist towns there in Vegas. I think maybe Laughlin, something like that. And he was in a sports bar, kind of bar, having lunch or whatever. And all of a sudden he sees up on the TV and he sees me on the TV, and it's the RC race on TV. And that's when I realized how really awesome it was that there's people here in the middle of nowhere watching RC on TV. And that was really cool and a goal that we always wanted to be able to get this in front of the masses and stuff like that. And I think MAV TV and Live RC did a really good job with the production and everything like that. They brought in a legendary commentator, Ken Stout. He was CBS, NBC. He's done every form of motorsports and everything. And to be able to work with him and it was pretty awesome. So I think it can be. How
about the series side of things? Do you think we'll ever see a series with these top pros?
It would be wonderful, but the problem is right now it's so expensive to send these teams around, and there's so many commitments they already have. I mean, you could fill a legal pad with the amount of major 8-scale buggy races around the world. If you look at just the ones in America, let alone the big ones that they have in Europe and things like that. So to have a true World Series would be awesome. have a couple of races in Asia, a couple of races in America, a couple of races in Europe, and really have a true, title like that. But it's the cost now. It's so challenging. So I think there's a way you can use some of the existing races, and
make a virtual series.
What's that?
Like we could have a virtual American series, no problem.
There's enough for sure, enough majors to be able to do it. And I think there's enough big ones in Europe you could do too with all the championships that's going. So I think it's possible, and but it's just.
I just wish we could see more of the top guys race each other. It's unfortunate we get to only see them probably twice every 2 years. Well, you get to see them at DNC because they seem to come to DNC.
Right.
It looks like it's going to be a big contingent of international drivers going to Silver State. All right. But
yes, sure.
I think we kind of missing that race over in Europe that Neo filled that void where Americans went to because it was not a permanent track. It was a popular race where a lot of people went to. And I would love to see another race like that come back in Europe. So, I just want to see the best of the best race each other. I mean, we can't get no better than that, right? At Worlds, we see the best.
Right.
So, hopefully it happens and we see what's, it just, we have to agree. Like, hey, someone make a race over in the UK that we're all going to, or in Europe, which is fair, which everybody thinks fair, and we all go to it.
It'd be awesome to be able to do it because, as you say, the best of the best, not everybody gets there. Angaro hasn't been to the DNC here in a while, and there's a few other guys that obviously budget related because it's such an expense and stuff like that. And, we'd love to have the 4 or 5 top Americans go to some of the big European, like you said, the Neo Buggy. Man, that race was epic on so many levels. Mm-hmm. And it was such a unique race because it was a temporary facility and just so different and everything. And that's need to find that to again.
I would agree 100%. Yeah. All right. We're going to start wrapping this up pretty much, but I want to leave this on you because it's something that it's near and dear to my heart with kids. And I think that RC is for everybody. I think it's awesome. I think it teaches people skills because you interact with people. It teaches you mechanical skills. It teaches you problem solving skills. It teaches you how to deal with a lot of different things. But we need to encourage more young racers. We need to encourage more people, period, in general. But I know, after watching you with LW4 and you being excited about, your Little Bump and all these young guys that are coming up, which is great. You also are from the Midwest, which seems to be creating a plethora of young talent. We see a lot of young talent coming out of Europe as well. What are some of the things that you think we should be doing as an industry to encourage these young racers, not only to get them into RC, but others that maybe not knowing what we're doing, getting them into RC racing?
I think, yes. I mean, I'm a big, the kids are everything. It depends on what part of life, but in our little crazy world of RC, it's absolutely great to see these talented kids. And I've been blessed to be in this hobby for a long, long time. And, I still call him a kid Dakota. I met him, Nancy and Doug, his folks, in Washington State. Dakota was 7 years old, something like that, when he was racing electric, and that's where he got the phenom because this little kid was winning everything. Right. And his mom took a picture of Dakota and I like every year as he grew, and we have great memories. But it's the kids that make it so amazing. Nowadays with the school programs, there's those STEM programs. I know I've been commuting with a couple clubs, one really good one up in Canada that they kind of, it's like an after school club. It's, there's, wood shop and there's auto mechanics and stuff like that. And then they have RC club, and the teacher that's involved in it really, really is motivating these kids to do it. And I think it's things like that help. Having it part of school, I think gives another edge to it that necessarily the parents don't have to support 100% at the onslaught at the beginning of it. Right. If they do it in school, they stay after school for an hour, and in this program and things like that. That's a good way to do it because, as I mentioned, everybody works so long right now, and for kids to jump into a new hobby that they already have 10 hobbies, it's hard for the parents. But if they can get involved in school and do it, it's really cool. I've done a lot of races in China, and the schools in China there, they have like an hour twice a week or whatever. They go from math, they go to RC where they build little, small little hobby kits and things like that. And it's finding a way to incorporate it, not necessarily in the curriculum of school, but like in an after hours kind of thing is, I think, a great way to do it. And there's a lot of those STEM programs that do that. And I mentioned earlier when we were talking about BRCA, how they have a little track that they set up when they go out to different events where people can try it and things like that. So hopefully if Roar continues on a positive way and Clayton and his team can do more things, maybe there's a way to start a little program. For sure the manufacturers would embrace it. There's no question. If you go to Associate and Losi and Traction, all these companies, hey, we want to get this, program going for kids, things like that. For sure they would embrace it to try to do it. So I hope that's a way that it can be done through the schools or something like that.
Yeah, there's so many different ways. Schools. My buddy is a teacher back home in Bermuda, and he had like an after school program. He's an RC enthusiast. And it takes a big load off because that's where the kids will learn the basics. And then when they go to the track, they'll be a little bit more prepared. They won't, yes, obviously we want fathers and mothers and parents and mentors with these guys. But the goal is to also make them like where they can do it on their own as well when they become of age. So I definitely think that's a good thing. I mean, I think we also need to encourage the youth that are in the industry at the same time. We lose too many when they get 16, they get a license, they get, whatever. And we need to figure out a way how to keep them engaged. And I think as an industry, we focus on the 40 plus guys. We know they got money, right? But I would love to see, I keep saying this, I would love to see some focus on the youth. And maybe that has to come from Raw too, where they have a youth under 16 or whatever. This is your under 16 such and such champion, your under 13 such and such champion. I don't know how we do it, but we need to encourage them. And
you're right. And it's something that you're asking me about. I'm doing races in different countries and stuff like that. In America, unfortunately, the whole goal is to get sponsored. Mm-hmm. So this 8-year-old kid who's, the LTH, the local track hero at his local track, and, he's going to get a sponsorship and stuff like that. And that's the goal to all these young kids. And you go over to Europe now that I've done a couple races in Europe, it's not even on the radar. The whole goal over there in Europe is, they just want to get better and better. And there's for off-road, there's 2 classes, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. That's it. Right. So the goal over there is that they have a ranking system in the BRCA, their licenses. So the ultimate goal is to get to a F1 license. Yep. So they move up the ranks. They get better and better. The ultimate goal right now over there is to get this license to be at the best, to race the Neil Craigs and the Lee Martins and the Hall brothers. That's to get into that F1 category. And that's where their focus is. They're not worried about getting a servo sponsorship or a body clip sponsorship, stuff like that. They just want to be the best. Where here in America, kids try to do better. But the ultimate goal, I want to get sponsored and things like that. So
they want a better deal.
Correct. It's unfortunate. Right. That is a big, big difference we have from here to there. And I think that does not bode well for helping get more and more youth in the industry because, kids are kids. If they see little Tommy over there, he's wearing a shirt with all these companies and, bragging because, I get a 20 off deal or blah, blah, blah. That can be very discouraging. I mean, let's be honest. The world is different right now than it was 15, 20 years ago when we all grew up. So it adds more challenge for sure, racing in America compared to overseas.
Yeah. When I was over there last year for RCGP, when I talked to the young guys there, they were like, I just want to make I want to make a nationals final, or like my first goal is making a national semifinal. Then I want to go, and that's realistic. And I feel also that they race less classes, so they're able to focus on one and get better. Like those Hall brothers, they race 2-wheel drive. They probably touch 4-wheel drive once in a while when they go to a nationals, but on a regular weekend, they probably just run 2-wheel drive. And then they have the guys that run 8-scale and they just run 8-scale. So obviously it's cheaper because it's very expensive to run. Europe's expensive as well, so I'm sure that's a big feature as well. But yeah, I mean the proof is in the pudding. We have a 14-year-old European champion.
Right, exactly. We've seen
a
a couple
16-year-old European champion. And
right, yeah, exactly. They're young guns over there.
We had a 16-year-old champion in America, I believe, was Rivkin when he won his first nationals.
Sure.
So, and we haven't really repeated that yet. And it should be. We should have these young guys. I would, I'm all about it. That's why I'm excited about the guys like Fullers. The Fullers and Brandon Rose and all those guys who had great runs and the little bumps that are coming up.
Yeah.
And we have I see the talent in America. I see it. We just got to encourage it more, I think.
That kid's amazing. A little bump. Man. What is he, 11 years old now or whatever?
12 now, he's 12.
He's 12 now, March. Yeah. I mean, he's just, you talk about a kid that's going to go to the moon with his talent. I mean, he'd be able to, he's racing head to head, with the world champions now at his age.
Very encouraging. Well, we need more. We need
absolutely. We surely do more. Absolutely.
More. Cool. All right, Scotty, I really enjoyed this conversation. I know we could go on and talk more. Maybe we'll have to get you on her and we just talk old stories, because I think, we kind of grew up. Well, you was a part of an era that I watched on the magazines and all that stuff. So when you say races and stuff, I remember them from coming up. So I think we would just talk about races all day long.
I'm okay with that.
I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for accepting me in the commentary. It was truly an honor for me to call a race with you. Like I said, now I've worked with two of the best in the industry, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And hopefully you get to do it again. And keep up the good work. What's next? You have Philippines Masters, then I believe you have a race. You have Silver State, I believe. Yeah, you're gonna do a race in. Don't you have a race at Robin Hood coming up as well?
Yes, So those are my next three big things. You got Philippine Masters, Silver State, and then I get to go back to the UK to Robin Hood, which is an epic racetrack. I got to go over there and just walk on it and check it out when I was over there doing our EOS series. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful track. And racing on AstroTurf for 10 scale buggy two-wheel is a blast. I got to do it in Finland when I went to a race, and I saw it like, all right, we got to have a race here. Just kind of do my own thing and our style, and the people in the UK kind of are embracing,
good.
The way we run races and everything. So I'm excited to be Memorial Day weekend here in the States is the weekend over there, and it's a holiday, so we're doing it on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because Monday is a holiday over there, so nobody has to take off from work. So I'm really excited to host a race over there at Robin Hood. It's going to be a blast.
Right.
So
are they going to have coverage for it?
Yes, we're going to have the BRCA is going to be there. They're going to bring in their media guys and everything. So we're going to cover it. I'm going to bring my media team, and we're going to make it a big deal. And hopefully it's an annual event that we get to do every year, because it's just an awesome track. The guys there, James and all the guys are just awesome. So I'm pretty excited to go there.
Sweet, man. Well, thank you for all that you do. Continue to be awesome. And we look forward to following you at your events. And it's good because we need more video. We need, any event that has any type of coverage, I'm sharing, because we need as much RC out there in that algorithm as possible.
Exactly. The more we get there, the better. And congratulations to you, and your podcast is something that I think most people in the 8-scale world enjoy and thoroughly look forward to. You, and you drop your new shows, and people enjoy it very much, and your insight and your passion, it comes across in your shows and stuff like that. And working with you this last week, it was great when they called me and said, "Hey, got an idea, what do you think about bringing Lefty in?" I'm like, absolutely, do it, because I mean, it's great. You have a passion for 8-scale that's unquestionable. So I think it worked really well, and I thought we did a great job together. So I look forward to a chance to do it again, and keep up the good work you're doing on your show. It's wonderful.
Sweet, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words and your time, and safe travels. And we will look forward to following your adventures in your travels, man. It's cool. Like, I think one of the best things you can do is travel for work.
Yeah, absolutely. The world's an amazing place, and especially in America, they have, what do they say, 20% of the population has a passport. It's crazy. So yeah, I'm blessed to be able to do this. All of us, they get to travel because of RC is just something that's really special, and then I cherish. So look forward to sharing it with everyone.
All right. Well, thank you, and we look forward to all your coverage. You have a good one.
All right, you too. Thanks for asking me to be on the show. Keep up the great work.
Thank you for your time, sir.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Scotty, for your time. It was a pleasure having you on the podcast. So many great stories. I hope I get to work with you some more in the commentary booth and hear some more of your stories. Really a great asset to RC. With that said, we're going to go on to we're going to have a little hot lap section with Max and our conclusion here of episode 231. And I want to thank Clinic RC and Racetech Engines for their support. Tony and Vicky have been very good supporters of the No Name RC podcast and myself. If you guys are interested in any products from Clinic RC or their new Racetech Engines, hit them up on Facebook and check it out and shoot them a message. They'll be happy to answer you. That's right, everybody. Hit up clinicrc.com to check out the new Racetech engines. Max, we're going to do a couple hot laps, then we're going to conclusion. My first question for you, Max, is, so hot laps, I'm going to say a word or phrase, and you have to answer in 3 words or less. So my first question for you, Max, is, I saw this was released. We did not talk about it, but the new Reds backplate.
I don't know.
Okay, so that's an answer. I don't know.
Cool idea. I'll just go with that.
All righty then. We have the Philippine Masters coming up. Do you think JQ will have a good time there, or will he get in trouble?
Is he going?
I believe he is.
Definitely in trouble.
Okay. And our third question, we have Silver State coming up here. We have quite a few international drivers making their presence, Killix being one of them. What do you think the Killix will do at Silver State?
Kick some ass.
Okay, very good, very good.
That's
very
in
good.
3 words.
Yeah, you got it. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that.
Okay.
My turn.
Your turn. I'm gonna go with well, this is gonna be you have to answer this one, okay? Who's gonna finish first of these two at IBC? Ronnefalk or Ronaldo?
Ronnefalk.
Okay, confident.
I hope I didn't jinx him.
Oh, I need to figure out. You are much better at figuring these questions out. I need to. Okay.
I sprung this one on you. See, I sprung it on you.
I bet
say something that's on the top of your mind, and then I have to answer it. It could be a word.
It could be a word. Mayfield at Techno.
Will win races.
Okay, that's a good one. 10 scale worlds. Top 3.
Oof. Fend, Rifkin, Mayfield.
Wow, that's American biased. That's like all American podium.
I couldn't think of one. I was thinking, well, who could I pick? I could throw on. Okay, you know what?
What about Ongaro?
I mean, Ongaro.
What about Orlowski? I don't think
I wanted to pick Orlowski, right? But I just at hobby action with those guys with American on that type of track, it's hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
It's hard. So
I need to be I need to be better with the questions. I need to
we do. We'll plan it for the next one. I think this is going to become a segment again, and I'll probably do it with either you, JQ co-host, or the guest that I have on there. So I'm just talking to a company now about this. So it'll be the hot lap section, and I like it. And I like to do it where I don't prepare people, so they have to be as honest as can be. All right, Max. that wraps up this week's podcast. It's another long one. Thank you, Max. Thank you to Scotty for his time. Thank you to everybody who sent us questions. As of now, as we're recording this, it's Thursday at 3:00 in EST, and I think the waffle to get me to the States next week is 160 people. It's 40 spots left. So yeah.
Wasn't it like 100 when we started?
Yes. So it's got 60 people since we started recording. No, sorry, it went to 100 when we was recording, and then we started, and it's now 160. Thank you to Lance and Dany for doing that, and everybody that's putting in, trying to win that car. It helps me get to these races, and I look forward to seeing everybody at the Florida RC Championships next week, or the Florida Carpet Nats, sorry. And then, of course, we'll be up at the North Georgia Shootout, which is under a roof. So I'll see everybody there, no matter rain, blow, or shine. So I'm looking forward to that. And, of course, Portugal coming up. So lots of stuff. And, of course, we got Silver State. We got Philippine Masters. We got lots of racing going on.
Should we do like we used to do when we had the NNRC Cup, we used to do those like weekends where we would just like commentate after.
Right, but I don't know when I'll be.
You're traveling. Yeah, you're traveling so much. It's going to be hard.
But you know what? So what I think we should do, and if we could, is now, because the American top 25 rankings is starting to take off a bit, we should do a European top 25 rankings. The problem is we need to figure out which races they're going to be.
Yeah.
I think we have to start them from Montpellier, like from this year, and just go. Montpellier.
Oh, yeah. We have Montpellier. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Anyway. Are you coming to... Yeah, you need to come to one European race this year.
I would love to come to the Euros this year.
Yeah.
At Radovan again. I would love to come to that. I've never been to a Euros. This is my first pure European race that I'm going to, like with big names. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'd love to go to Radovan for the Euros. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. Anything's possible, man. Opportunity comes, you got to take it. So I'm truly blessed, and I'm fortunate. And honestly, none of that is possible for all you people out there that support the NNRC squad. Honestly, without everybody's help, we can't do this. It's been 4 years of awesome podcasts going in our 5th year. And we thank you all for all the support. This traveling and all this, it comes from you guys' support and watching what we do. And we love what we do here at the NNRC. And we love you guys out there. So thank you to everybody, the NNRC squad around the world, all the patrons of the NNRC, or the YouTube members, everybody that I talk to that sends me a message, every single person that bought a waffle ticket from Lance for this. Thank you very much. And to everybody at PNB that I met, and thank you. And if you're going to be at any of these races, come up, say hello to me. If you see me, I may not recognize you from Facebook. Just come up, say, hey, Lefty or Keenan, my name is such and such, and I'll remember you. You know what I mean? I like to talk to people. Max, you enjoy the rest of your schooling here. I think we'll be back next week. We're going to do a short pod next week and get you on because I'll be flying out next Thursday, it looks like. So thank you for your time. Thank you to all the awesome sponsors. Remember, you can find links for these in the written description of this podcast. Helps us out. They are Invisible Speed, High Tech RC, Sun Pedal USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Ignite Design RC, Racecraft USA. Shout out to Call RC. We got a link for them. Shout out to my friends Dany Paz at WRCE, Connie Svensson at House of RC, RCGP, and our NNRC drivers. They are The Viking, Jared Tebow, Robert Badier, and good luck to our driver Alexander Agberg at the 12 scale Euros this year. This weekend, I was just talking to him, so hopefully he can get himself another European championship. From Lefty, your co-host, Nitro is the glory, E-Buggy pays the bills. Max, you are never around. You never have a camera for these anymore, so you can't salute. You're doing a virtual salute.
I need to buy one of those things that you just plug in.
Yes, you do. With that said, Nitro is the glory, E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding and sliding, Lefty and Max, we're out. See you guys next week. Thank you.